Oh, cool. So, is everyone ready to go? Everyone have drinks and or snacks?
Yeah. Yes, actually, I do have my drinks.
Yeah,
I have tea. That is all.
I've got a tiny little bit of coffee. It's very lukewarm.
I've got a nice clean desk because I got so sick of my hobby setup. I literally ripped everything away from my desk. That's the inspiration for my hobby room.
I need to do that.
Nice.
I got so pissed off with like everything getting on my model, like just little bits of flecks of dust and hairs. So I just like put everything away.
Okay. So, are we good to start then?
Yeah,
hmm
I am.
I can't hear if Daryl said yay or nay.
Yep,
Cool.
all good.
So, your ship, the U.S.S. Kaber. Your ship is just after picking up a diplomat by the name of Ambassador Jamala Parrott from a Gorn Federation peace talk. The Gorn are starting to get a bit angry again, so your ship was diverted to pick up the ambassador, and you are taking kind of a long way back to her normal station. So this probably would have been a bit of a more boring assignment at first. What are your character's thoughts about these kind of just taxis for the ambassadors kind of assignments?
I think Mira was fine with it because he knows that political or politically assisting is still part of the job. You know that these people need to go places, and putting them on his ship is a way to ensure that at least they're safe if what they're doing is as I'm assuming it's not just low level, take this person there kind of thing, but um, there's some requirement for them to get where they're going.
Okay.
What did you say her name was again? Sorry.
Ambassador Jamala Parrott, a French Indian human female.
Parrot.
P-A-R-E-T.
P-A-R-E.
Ambassador picked up, taking a long way back, drop a normal station Parrot. Yep. So Cypher, what are your thoughts on
I
these kind of
think
missions?
I think Cassidy more or less tries to stay out of politics of Fleet Command and the wider sphere. It's a distraction from his work, but he prefers doing political work rather than sometimes exploratory or on the fringes of border patrols because that's when people get hurt.
Okay. And Cypher? Not Cypher, Daryl?
All right.
Oh no, I've lost Daryl.
Sorry, I'm muted. I was talking. Gosh damn it. Pretty much any mission Kurt does, like, doesn't really matter what the mission is. His main kind of focus would be just making sure that the ship is safe. So he'd kind of count all ambassadors, even the friendly ones, as like a security threat. Not like he wouldn't be aggressive towards them or anything like that, but he would be kind of more alert than usual, just keeping an eye, making sure that there's not like, any underhanded shit going on. But it wouldn't be any kind of difference to him whether it's an ambassador or a prisoner or whatever. It'd just be kind of like, being alert and keeping an eye, and maybe having one or two extra kind of guards happen to walk past now and again when they're going to like high value areas, whatever you call it, crucial areas.
Yes.
But yeah,
You see, your route back takes you through an unexplored sector.
Hmm.
So would you be on guard? Would you be on edge?
I don't think he'd be on edge at any point, but that would be something that he would definitely kind of planned for, like making sure everything's kind of running smoothly when you start reaching that area of space, so that like there's no kind of sudden engine faults or anything like that. He check and double check all the kind of work that's reported back to him, sort of thing. Just to make sure everything kind of running smoothly.
Very good. So, you're going through what is called the Doradus sector, previously unexplored. Ambassador Parrott decided to stay as a civilian observer for a while. A bit of a change from her normal office work, just to be on the forefront of exploration. Captain Miral Solos, you are on the bridge when your science officer on duty lets you know that you've encountered a signal. Sir, communications are picking up a radio signal.
Okay. Can we pinpoint where it's coming from? Wait, no. Play a radio broadcast.
Yeah, it's a radio broadcast.
Yeah, play it.
It's carrying something. It's going to be a task to try and find out what degraded signal is piggybacking on the radio waves. So you might want to. I recommend getting someone who has experience, perhaps with science, to try and work on it. There's going to be an insight and science task, difficulty 1.
Cameron, your character has science, doesn't she?
Yeah, they do. Cassidy does.
Is that correct?
Yeah, that's
yeah. So, can we call down? Sorry, I've not got. It might be helpful if people could change their names on the little down bar, just so I can remember people's character names.
Yeah, I'll do that. There you go.
I thought mine changed.
Cassidy, yeah. Okay, how do we want him to sound?
Now remember, your ship does have advanced sensor suites. So, just keep that in mind for what comes along. So, keep in mind your ship's abilities as well as your own.
Okay, hold on. Let me get the ship down. Is there a way to, if we have someone at the communications area in the bridge who is also trained in science, does that help, or is it just based off of what the actual sensors have?
So for this task, it's anyone who is investigating this signal can attempt an insight in science with a difficult task, difficulty 1.
Mm-hmm.
So that means without any extra buying momentum or anything, which, by the way, you start with 1 momentum as a group. You can roll an insight and science. The task roll will be 2 because if you haven't bought any extra dice. So, Cameron or anyone else?
I'll get call down to the medical bay, I guess, and bring up Cassidy.
Okay. Yeah. Cassidy is busy looking at a terminal, scanning, breaking down one of the base components of one of the many infectious diseases. So he quickly locks the terminal and puts the sample away into his locked contained biological case and heads up. He kind of I would say, as he leaves the medical private of his room, he's a very stern face, and as he leaves out and starts to see members of the crew, his face and demeanor starts to warm as he gets up to the bridge, and then heads towards the communications department. Kind of side eyes the captain, and then tilts his head not sure what this is about, and then heads over towards the communications. So he like takes a look, and I imagine there's like a junior officer there.
Yeah. You see like just an enlisted crewman there working the communications array.
Yeah. I kind of stand behind him with my arms like kind of behind my back, crossed, like very like in pose at attention, and I just say down to them with a polite smile on my face, but stern enough. If you'll allow me.
Yeah. The crewman just nods. Yes, sir. Stands up away from the console.
He says thank you, and goes and sits down at the console. And what roll would I need to make as I start to fidget with the doodads and the gadgets of the control panel?
An insight and science. So click insight, click science. Do you have a focus that would apply here?
But Starfleet decorum and crisis management, that's the only thing I guess would potentially.
I'm afraid not.
I'm not sure. That's fine.
So it'll be focus used no, complication range 1, task roll 2.
Okay.
And then you
click on task roll.
Yeah, you click on the comm badge to the left of the numbers there.
1 and a 0. That's 20.
That is a success and a complication. Okay, so as you sift through the signal, you find out that there is some sort of video data piggybacking on the radio waves. However, in trying to sift through it, you have unintentionally set the computer a little bit off. What the unknowingly to you is you set it off its best calibration for trying to extract that data. So to extract the data is going to be a reason and engineering task with a difficulty of 3 to try and find whatever data survived on the signal.
Reason and engineering
Of 3, yes. So either you or someone else who is trained in engineering or is good reason.
Yeah, I'm just gonna look at my character's attributes and see if he would. He's not very daring, and he does respect command. So I think he's gonna like just slightly shake his head and under his breath say, "They don't make them like they used to." And he sits up from the chair and looks at the junior officer and says, "Would you mind fetching the engineering officer?"
Well, your tactical officer is nearby, who also has skills in engineering.
Sorry, I thought Lieutenant Kiro was engineering, but security. Sorry. Yeah, I think I start probably say that engineering, and then Kiro maybe over here, and then you're like, this is going to take too much time. I'm just gonna.
Yeah, if you're kind of like, oh, this machine, whatever, he'd be like, perhaps I can help, and just kind of step over.
Now, it is a difficulty of 3. So
what is the highest difficulty? Like 5, 7, something?
Well, technically, completely unachievable is the highest.
Okay. But like the most attemptable difficulty is 5, right?
5, yeah.
Okay.
So 3. So you might have to spend a momentum to buy an extra dice. You can give me 1 threat to buy a dice. You can ask for help from someone else, or have the ship help you. Or both of those last 2 things.
Maybe a good idea to have the ship help you.
I can be assisted by the ship's computers to recalibrate, and then I've got my technical expertise, so I can re-roll if I get a failure or a complication.
Cool. So that means you will roll a task roll of 2 of reason and engineering, and in the ship's character sheet, you roll 1 for computers and engineering.
Does someone else want to roll the ship, and I can?
Sure.
Yeah, you go ahead, Captain.
Starship task roll, put that at 3.
Sorry, put the complication range at 3. No, sorry.
1.
Hold on. Put it at both of those at 1.
Yes.
Computer selected.
And then security. Not
And then
engineering.
security department.
Engineering.
Engineering. Okay. And then roll, yeah.
Yeah.
Which button am I pressing? Is it the task roll button?
2.
Oh, that is a crit success from the ship.
Let's go!
And 1 success from Daryl. You have just managed to recalibrate what your science/medical officer put off.
Mhm.
And you have managed to gather some of the degraded video. What the video shows appears to be a space station orbiting a Class M planet. Class M being sort of a habitable oxygen, nitrogen, atmosphere, water, landmass, temperatures within livable range planet, but it has an extreme amount of volcanic activity. There is a voice on the video. It's almost song-like, with intermittent breaths and high piercing screeches. Who would like to do an insight plus science task? Difficulty 0 now. So it will be a success, no matter what.
What is it?
Insight
Insight
plus science.
That sounds
I
like
can do that.
Cassidy's roll, yeah.
Any complication range or task?
No, just range 1. Task roll 2 is standard.
Okay, cool. Task roll 2, complication range, no focus yet used.
1. So the party gains 1 extra momentum.
Nice.
So the party so far has 2 momentum total. This is a type of Zindi language. So Zindi, for those of you who don't know, are a race that 200 years prior to current day was actually at war with humanity. Almost managing to completely destroy Earth. However, thanks to the efforts of the early Starfleet, this is before the Federation actually formed, early Starfleet and the efforts of Captain Archer, the war managed to be ended, and the Zindi are now a part of the Federation. Now, the thing about Zindi is that there are multiple Zindi species. A number of sentient beings evolved on Zindi. So you'll have, let's say, Zindi insectoid, Zindi mammalian, things like that. You can, now that the video's finished, you can try to kind of decipher what's being said. This is going to be an insight or reason plus science, with a difficulty of 1, assisted by the ship's computers and science. So who wants to roll the ship? And I'm guessing, Cypher, you're going to be rolling the science.
Yeah, I'll roll the science if the captain's to roll the ship again.
Yeah, happy to roll the ship.
So,
Science and...
computers and science for the ship.
Mhm.
Task roll 1.
Mhm.
And for you, Cassidy, you can choose between insight or reason and science.
I'm going to pick reason.
Okay.
Task roll 2, challenge reading, no focus.
Yeah.
2 successes.
Cool.
Nice.
So another 2 momentum.
So we're at 3 now.
1. You're on 4.
No,
now.
4.
You could have a maximum of 6.
Okay.
This is what the voice belongs to. What was considered an extinct species of avian from planet Zindus. So the Zindi avians, which are thought to have been extinct, their language is here. It's so the just deciphering the language also tells you this is some sort of distress signal sent via radio wave.
Is there a way to determine how long the distress signal is being broadcasting for?
Not right now. However, actually, sorry, let me read through this. Yes, 4 years ago.
And the Zindi avians are thought to be extinct like over 200 years ago?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So you, from the information you have, signal's origin, bit of the video surviving, plotting via sort of star charts. At warp 7, the planet is 3 days away, and at warp 9, it's just 1 day away.
What's our standard of warp travel? Like, what's within normal ranges?
I think you can do warp 9.6 for 12 hours. I think you can cruise at warp 9.2.
Okay.
With standard warp being, I think, 7 or 7.5 as kind of standard sort of max speed without having to stop frequently is 9 or 9.2, and I think 9.5, 9.6 is your maximum burst speed.
Okay. How long were we initially anticipating to take the ambassador back to their station?
The ambassador, if you talk to her, is very much intent on we must look for what caused this distress signal.
Okay, that's fine. It's the helm officer, isn't it? Helm officer, please set course for the signal. Warp 9.
Yeah, so that would be Ryan, your second in command / primary comm officer. Unfortunately, they have been held up for some unknown reason. But yes, so so are you traveling? What speed are you traveling at?
Warp 9, 9.1, something along those lines. The normal cruising rate, so it takes a day.
Okay. So
and is there like a library or data facility on board the ship? Like, do we have the ability to access effectively the internet?
You have a library. It's not live data.
Right. Okay. How extensive is it?
It depends on what you're looking for.
I want to know more about avian Zindies.
Yes, you can. There isn't much because they were thought to have been extinct. Sort of the Zindi civilization was quite warlike. Information like that wasn't necessarily kept very well. But I would say difficulty 3 helped with the ship's computers and science. And for you, if you want to search it, it's going to be insight and science.
Insight and science, things that I am so good at. That was a joke. Task roll 2, yeah.
Unless you want to spend some momentum.
That just gives me more dice, right?
Yeah. In this case, yeah.
And it's difficulty 3.
Yeah.
Is anybody opposed to me using our momentum?
No, I don't.
We've got 4 at the moment, so we got a bit to spare.
Yeah. Now remember how momentum works is that you spend 1 for 1 momentum dice. 3 total to have 2, and then 6 to have 3 dice. So it gets more expensive by 1 momentum per dice in a single check.
And the momentum has to go to me, it can't go to the ship.
Yeah, it's momentum's for you.
Okay. 3. Okay, so I'm rolling 3, ship's rolling 1. 3, ship. Okay, not a great start, ship. Not a great start on that one. Yeah, no, oh, Jesus Christ.
The computer says the book is currently on loan, which doesn't make sense. You may have to. No, you don't find any relevant data on your vessel. Either Starfleet found that it wasn't worth it, or you just can't find it.
Okay.
So one day,
Sorry, just the one.
yeah. So you're 3
Just the one,
momentum now. One day, the Ambassador Parrot is quite excited to see what caused this distress signal 4 years ago. What about the rest of you?
I think Cassidy would. I guess he would probably overhear the captain setting course for the helm, and then he's having some internal thoughts about what this could be. So obviously he was right beside the lieutenant when they figured out the signal and stuff. I think he would go and talk to the lieutenant. Let me just get your name here. Hero. Kirito?
Kirito, yeah.
Kirito. What race are you, Kirito? Or species, I guess.
Arcarian.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I think he'll approach the lieutenant. Again, walks with his hands behind his back like an old man, but he's like mid-40s or something like that, Cassidy. And walks up to you. And he asks, it's turned into quite an interesting day so far. I thought we'd just be dropping off taxi duty for the next foreseeable week.
We're in the uncharted space at the moment when we get this signal, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Uncharted space, it's always got some surprise to spring on us.
And that is one of the, I think, holding to in Fleet Federation's code books, in subsection 3, I think it was, paragraph 17. It says always expect the unexpected in unexplored space. I have yet to see that parable be tested false.
So I am always keeping an eye out, always preparing just in case. You never know. Make sure the ship is running smoothly.
That's exactly it. And while you take care of the ship, I'll take care of the crew.
Think we'll make a good team that way, eh?
That's it. Like, like better times. Ship and the crew. Much of our forebears in earlier decades before, it is a harmonious relationship. One takes care of the other, and the other protects the weak, to that effect. Anyway, I must be on with my work down in the medical bay. Give my best regards to the captain. I'll catch up with him shortly. I have some data to run by him in the next week or so. Appraise me of any changes within the course or with the mission parameters. Thank you very much, Lieutenant.
Of course, sir.
And he leaves, going back to the medical bay.
Cool. Now, Captain, you are approaching an unexplored system with a 4-year-old distress signal. You are close to entering the orbit of the planet Alpha Doradus. Now, the question is, at ease, yellow alert or red alert?
Yellow.
Yellow alert.
Yeah, assuming. Yeah, I would like as we approach that area of space, I'd want us to be scanning to make sure there isn't anything untoward in the area, and just to be on guard. I don't think red alert sounds like we know something's going to attack us. I don't think that's a good idea.
Okay. So, yellow alert. People move to the prepared stations. Shields get raised, you drop out of warp. So, Alpha Doradus, Class M planet. Looking out the view screen, you find that there's two distinct land masses splitting the northern and southern hemispheres, separated by a thin strait of water, spreading into a massive ocean, with hundreds of small islands and archipelagos. So you can imagine it just two main big land masses, one north of the other, with a strait between. And even from here, you can see the volcanic activity. Volcanic activity on the surface completely sort of lighting up like little fireworks from this distance. The signal's origin appears to be a space station in low orbit, and that orbit's deteriorating. Your crewman at the con has attempted to hail, but there is no response. What would you like to do?
Why is there a way to scan or evaluate why its orbit is deteriorating? What's causing the issue? Like, obviously, is it suggesting it's unmanned, or there's something wrong with its power?
You can try to scan it using the ship's sensors.
Yeah. Is there a specific, like, is that the comm person, or who carries out the scan?
That'll be reason plus science.
Okay.
Assisted by the ship's sensors plus science. It's difficulty 0. So, by the way, Doctor, are you on the bridge for this?
I would head up. Yeah, I would. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Then. What Miral will do then is it's Dr. Cassidy, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dr. Cassidy, please, the scan station, the readings should be coming in. If you could have a look. Everybody else be prepared for anything unusual.
Oh, of course, Captain. And he heads over towards the console.
You can do a reason science roll.
Yeah.
My science is bad.
It's fine. Okay. Ooh.
Nice.
Awesome.
His last name is Gasaway, if you were referring to Doctor. Sorry.
Dr. Gasaway, yeah.
Gasaway, yeah.
That is a very, very good roll. You guys are now full on momentum. Yes, so the scanning shows little power on the station, barely enough to pulse the signal, and no life signs aboard the station either.
Okay. I furrow my brow at this, and Dr. Gasaway is clean shaven, and he was rubbing where a beard once was many, many years ago before he got to Fleet Command and his apprenticeships, and was like, I can't keep a beard any longer, must keep up appearances. He's no longer a med student. And then he looks over towards the captain and says, very strange readings coming from the census, sir. We're getting pings of no life signs aboard the station, but low power as well, which either indicates whoever sets up the signal is long dispersed from the station, or something else could be aboard, some kind of mayday system set up as an automatic signal after a certain period of time when someone didn't return. That's what I'm able to speculate, but bar than that, that's what we can return with. Low power on the station and no one aboard.
Interesting. I agree. No signs. Is there any signs of damage to the station? Are we debris?
That would be more engineering. So, if whoever would like to roll a insight or reason plus engineering. Difficulty 1.
Lieutenant Kyoto?
That's is complication range the difficulty again?
No.
It
Complication
extends
range is
20 down, right?
yeah. Complication range is how much is a crit fail. So when I say difficulty, that just means how many successes you need. As standard, you
Oh,
roll a task roll of 2 unless either you're
you buy
assisting
extra dice.
or you buy extra dice or something like that. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Yep. Cool.
So insight or reason plus engineering of 2.
Nice.
The station is very rickety. It won't stand up to a tractor beam. 6 to 12 hours before the station burns up in the planet's atmosphere.
But
It
there's no
is not
external
included.
damage.
Not that can be found. It's mainly just age.
Do we have an understanding of how old the station is, and who and if it? Okay, two things. Um, is there any indication who created the station, and how long has it been orbiting the planet? It's unusual to find no life forms, a distress signal, but no sign of why its power is degrading.
Have we scanned the planet at all yet?
We have
Not
not.
yet.
Okay.
Happy to do so. If that's a suggestion from the lieutenant.
Yeah, 2 seconds. I'll be back in a minute.
No worries.
Carry on.
Captain, perhaps a scan of the planet might reveal what's causing the power fluctuation. I would also recommend not approaching the planet too closely in case this affects our ship as well.
Noted, Lieutenant. Is that's going to be a science scanners roll?
Reason plus science, assisted by ship sensors plus science. Difficulty 0 though, so
Okay.
the worst you can do is make a complication for yourself.
Yeah, Cameron's not here, but I would ask Dr. Gassaway to do it. Should we wait or?
I mean, it's difficulty 0, so
Okay,
you can
I'll roll
attempt it
the
if you
I'll roll
want.
the sensor science with the ship just now.
I can roll the reason science. My reason's high, but my science isn't great, so.
Yeah, that's fine.
No
You can
worries.
carry it out. We'll just pretend that, or we'll just Dr. Gassaway's probably still person to the data, so that's fine. We're also maxed out on momentum, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
Yeah, little to no power from the planet, an abundance of natural flora and fauna, but no apparent sentient life. No responses for any attempts to communicate. There are large nest-like cities in the mountain ranges of the northern continent, and an empty desert on the southern landmass. The sensors can't penetrate the structures in the cities, however.
Large nest. Oh, this is where I wish. Potentially there's some form of avian Zindi on the planet. We can't get a reading of the cities, but I don't know why that would be affecting the orbit of the space station. Comms off, so please broadcast communication. Target the station. I know the readings say there are no life forms aboard, but perhaps there's something we can gain from this. So I can just can I broadcast to this station?
Yeah, that's not really a task. That's just hailing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I would just say something along the lines of for anybody or anything aboard, this is Captain Miro Solas of the U.S.S. Kaber. Please respond.
You wait. You wait some more.
Nothing.
An ensign just says, "No response, sir." The ambassador arrives on the bridge and like steps over and asks, "Is there any news?"
We have a lot of questions, but not a lot of answers. There is a space station, low orbit, 6 to 12 hours worth. Before it burns, there are no life forms aboard the station, but it is broadcasting. We believe that there may be some form of avian Zindi on the planet. However, our scanners aren't powerful enough to scan through the buildings. Otherwise, there's no power, and we are unaware of the reasons why the orbit is degrading.
Well,
I'm reticent to put anybody aboard such a dangerous vessel, especially without any indication of what the issue is. And we can't tractor beam it away, it may fall apart.
well, if we only have so many hours until it falls apart, surely we must investigate. There could be something on that station that explains everything.
It could be.
I will.
It's whether
I will go there myself as well.
I don't think that's a good idea, Ambassador. Our primary mission is to make you, or to help you reach your destination safely. I couldn't warrant putting you aboard this ship, especially if we can't get you back off, or if something goes wrong.
Captain, I appreciate your concern. However, I wish to be there. This could be another first contact scenario with Avian Zindi. I am an ambassador for the Federation. It is important. It is arguably essential for me to be part of any party going to investigate.
Ambassador, if you would allow me to interrupt, as I'm sure you're well aware, in the late 23rd century, there was a highly public and infectious disease that spread through an human avian mature species. And so
Go
it'd
on.
be in my advice to the captain that we should treat, if there is such life forms aboard, with a lot of care and a lot of take the biological countermeasures proactive to stop any sign of infection. The human DNA and especially the reality of avian diseases is 1 in a million, and it seems even between the stars, it hasn't changed much between the species.
The ambassador sort of raises her head a bit and looks at you, and then just asks, "Is there life support on that station?" And you would know.
Is there life?
Yeah, Cassidy would know from her scan earlier that there is in fact no life support.
No, Ambassador, there is not.
Well, we would have to travel in suits anyway.
Is that a case of there was never any life support, or they've lost life support?
No, there was never any life support.
Oh, so it's not meant to be a manned station.
Well, no, you don't detect life support on the station. Either there was no life support at all, or the life support died well before you arrived.
Right. Okay. But yeah, so it's not like they don't have the ability to, like, it's not an unmanned station that was there for like scanning or anything like that. There's a possibility that it was a manned station. And when we say there's no
there's
life,
a distinct possibility that it was a manned station.
And when we say there's no life signs, do we mean that there is no biological material on the station, or there is no live biological material on the station?
It means that there is nothing indicating a living complex organism.
So they could be dead. All right. Okay, this ambassador's annoying.
Welcome to Starfleet.
Yeah, great. Okay, Ambassador, I have the utmost respect for your position, but while you're on my ship, you will have to do as I suggest. Putting an ambassador, even in a protective suit, onto this station is not the safest option. An away team may be possible if we can get a transportation lock. Do we have a shuttle on board?
Yes.
How? So, is it possible for us to both activate a like lock to transport people via? Is it the transporter beam? Is that what it's called?
Yeah. So, with the station powered down as it is, it has no shields. So,
Mhm.
getting a transporter lock on anyone inside the station is quite simple.
Okay. And my XO, who would be Ryan, is someone else at the moment, or is Ryan's character? He's just not playing it.
No, Ryan's character isn't there yet, so it'll fall to the
Okay.
next person in command, which is likely going to be Cassidy.
Oh, okay, okay. No, I'd like all three of us to go on board. Do I want to go on board? Yeah. Okay, I'll go aboard.
It's Star Trek. Everyone always leaves the ship.
Yeah,
for
yeah, I
some
was gonna
reason.
say but I don't want to just leave like a red shirt in command, you know. Communications officer is probably the next person after that. So, um, all right. I think what we'll do is myself, Doctor Gasaway, Lieutenant Kyoto. We will take an away team. We will transport ourselves aboard this station. In the event there is any issue with transporting us off, or there is something untoward aboard the station, I would like the shuttle to be readied in case we have to make an exit via that. Ambassador, hold on, I do have her name. Ambassador Parrot. I would ask you to indulge me. If we do come across any beings, we will not make contact until we have transported you aboard. Is that a happy middle ground?
And when will you transport me aboard?
If we contact any living beings. Right now, there are no life signs.
Can I talk you into letting me transport aboard once you've cleared a landing area?
Once we are assured that there are no safeties to your being, we will allow you to transport aboard and we can explore.
That is acceptable. And she
I
gives
appreciate
she gives like one of those half bows and nods at the same time kind of deal.
Okay. I appreciate your pragmatism. Dr. Gasaway, Lieutenant Kyoto, if you'll assist me to the transporter room.
Well, we're heading there. I'll remind everyone on board. Just talks towards the bridge with an earshot. To be up to date with your biological contamination protocols and safety standards while I am gone.
We have like secondary characters, right? Like that
Yeah.
are
You have
involved.
secondary characters, but also it's a thing of like it's not uncommon for even an ensign. So when it comes to who gets to sit in the captain's chair when the captain's not there.
Yeah.
Usually when something happens, all senior officers, no matter when their shift is, have to get involved. If it's, let's say you're going for a 2-week journey through Federation space, there's absolutely no worry about anything. Sometimes lower ranks get to be on the bridge. Kind of a bit like a work experience kind of thing. You get to work at sort of near the top, so you get some experience there. But then
like shadowing, yeah.
Yeah. So sometimes you might find just like a lieutenant junior grade, or even sometimes an ensign gets to sit on the bridge. If you're traveling through empty space, have an ensign in the command division sitting on the bridge, giving basic simple orders, with perhaps someone of higher rank also on the bridge, just to keep an eye on them, is fine. So you don't need to have always the highest ranking on the bridge. You just need to have people that are qualified to handle X or Y situation on the bridge.
All right. Do we have like a lieutenant junior?
Yeah, like you can just sort of tap your combat and say, "Hey, fucking Lieutenant McGillicuddy."
Yeah, because I want to put. I'm gonna have a. Yeah, can our comms officer be called Zuba?
Yeah, we can have a comm officer called Zuba.
Lieutenant, is it? It's lieutenant, lieutenant. How does it normally be? I'm assuming it's the lieutenant, like the American version.
Oh,
Yeah, but you can say lieutenant. I'm not going to force you to say lieutenant.
Sick. Lieutenant Zuba, please assume command of the. Is it the deck? What's it called?
The bridge.
The bridge. If anything goes wrong, we will be in contact. And then Mira heads for the transport room.
Alrighty. Assume you guys are just going to get your suits and basic gear, or is there anything
Yeah.
else you guys want to bring?
Do we have like CDC suits? What are they called? Like viral suits?
Well, you,
that
you have your enviro suits.
yeah, and they'll cover that then.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I would like that, and then to have like to obviously any if we try and is the shuttle set up with some form of decontamination system?
Um,
We have the vacuum of space.
I'm assuming we don't enter the vacuum of space to get back onto the shuttle.
no. It can be set up. You'll be bringing your doctor with you, so your doctor will be able to do that fairly easily. But also, transporters do have technology to filter out viral contagions.
Oh, the transporter beam does.
Yeah.
Right, that's cool. It's just in case we can't actually, in case we go aboard and then they're like, haha, surprise, and then there's like they put up the shields and we can't get a transfer lock. Would it be possible to set up some kind of decontamination? I mean, for the show, is that something I could get people to do?
Yeah, like
Okay.
Cassidy, you can probably set up the environmental systems just to purge the ship with gases that would sterilize.
yeah, I definitely would do that.
As a prerequisite to us leaving.
Yeah, I would say like he would take the time to make sure that's like enacted. That's going to be done. You know.
Yeah, that's fine. Like shuttle, like it isn't usually a thing of right. We're going to go there and we leave 2 minutes later. It can be a thing of right. We have 6 hours. We're leaving in half an hour, kind of
Yeah,
deal. So that can
Yeah.
all be set up beforehand.
Yeah.
Okay. So, is the party ready to? You're beaming over? Is it?
We're going to transport. Yeah, we're going to transport beam over.
Cool. Everyone ready?
Yeah.
Sir.
Wait,
Cool.
can any of you guys hear that fan?
No.
No. Okay. Good.
So, the party beams over.
Nice.
And when you arrive, it's very dark. Again, power's at a minimum. The station is obviously built and designed for a species that's able to fly. There are consoles lining the upper walls, even as close to the ceiling being 30 meters tall. Workstations along the walls have perches jutting out from them in front of the terminals. And they also have holes drilled into them approximately 1 meter apart in sort of 2 columns, kind of like a ladder, leading from the floor to the perches. But it's not clear as to who those ladders were for. What would you like to do?
Okay,
Is
so
there,
we.
Is the gravity at the moment? Sorry.
Gravity is minimal. Purely just the gravitational pull of a larger mass, so barely anything right now.
Okay, so we could float up to the flying areas.
Yeah.
Okay.
That would be that's a control and con task, difficulty 2. To 0G up. You can also gravity boots. It's safer and slower.
It's safer and slower if we use the gravity boots.
Yeah.
To like walk along the wall or something. Are they like magnetized boots? Yeah. Okay. Lieutenant, please scan for any beings. I'm going to try and attempt to find a console that can revert power so that we can have some light. Dr. Gasaway, be on the lookout for any bodies, any persons, I suppose not unconscious, but deceased. I will try to. I will attempt to zero up to. So, from my understanding of of bridges in general, obviously this is different because it's a different species entirely. But
It's
is
also a
there
station. It's not necessarily a bridge.
Yeah. So, but is there one console, or is there a console that I could identify as being maybe like a hub console, or a console that's larger or more intricate than the others?
You would have to figure out which computers do what.
Yeah. Okay.
You may be able to try and divert whatever power is left to power maybe a console at a time, just to see what it shows up with. You have a general translation now, thanks to figuring out that it is Avian Zindi.
Mm-hmm.
So you would need to power up different consoles and see which ones are tied to which systems.
All right. Okay. So it's control con. Is that what you said?
Control plus con, difficulty 2.
Control con. Control plus con, difficulty 2. I'm going to use momentum unless anybody has any issues with that. I don't know whether it's full just now. Nope. Okay, I'm not doing 5 momentum. And then con, control, 3 dice. Wow.
Okay. I am just going to.
The captain bangs his head in the wall and is unconscious for the next 7 hours.
Oh, fuck. That didn't work. Why didn't that work, though? No attribute was found. Okay, that one is working for some reason. Let me just see if I can quickly flash GOR. Okay, you take 3 stress damage.
Okay. Great. Love that. What does hold on. I'm in the kitchen.
You try to jump to a perch. You one of your boots wasn't fully off. You start spinning and you slam your back hard against a perch as you punch yourself too hard up.
I've marked 3 stress. Is that correct?
Let me check your character sheet. So it goes from top down. So you'd be like that.
So the black ones are the.
Yeah. So
Like,
this
you're
would
like health, you're going from max down.
Yeah. So max. So you.
Right. Okay.
Max down. So you lost.
So my most health is like 12.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
So you jump up and you bang your back against one of the perches and do a bit of a number on yourself.
Am I closer to the station thing I wanted to
wanted
to get to?
You can grab onto it, but you're in pain.
Yeah. The only threat over here was my stupidity. Yeah, if I can grab onto it, I'll try and jerry-rig it so that it's like reverting some power from maybe parts of the station that aren't occupied just now to light it up and see what I can do. And then I'll just wait in to see if any of the other members of the away team check in with anything.
Yeah.
I would like to basically make a perception check, whatever that may be, to look around and maybe go like 20 or 30 feet, keeping my feet on the floor, just like standing around with the torch.
You just want to have a look around?
Yeah.
Yeah, the place seems... that's not going to be a check, like you can search around. The place seems empty. There is no real signs of combat where you've transported in. So it's like a ghost station so far.
Any signs of recent use? Any food packaging, rations, waste, clothing, anything like that? Feathers? Any feathers?
No, nothing.
Any scales?
No.
What other? There's mammalian Zindi, insectoid Zindi, reptilian Zindi, like all of those. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Uh,
I would be kind of scanning the ship, but I'd probably specifically scan for any sort of like weapons or jury explosives or that sort of thing. Would there be any results from that?
It's a fucking nook.
no, no, no weapons or anything on this station. It's definitely seen more of a civilian installation than a military one.
After there does not appear to be any weapons on board or any obvious traps that I can detect.
Thank you,
I think the
Lieutenant.
ship might be secure.
Doctor, have we
Yes.
found any remnants of beings that were here or are here?
None at all. This place doesn't look lived in for a very long time. No signs of food, rationing, waste, or any blood loss. So nothing in my department to see any signs of life as recently.
This is more and more interesting the longer we go. There's got to be a reason. I'm going to try and revert power to this console if I can. That may be out with my expertise, but that's okay.
Okay.
I'll give the Lieutenant Doctor. I'm going to attempt to revert some power from other areas of the station. If anything unusual occurs in any of the sections that you are in, please inform me immediately. I would urge us to be aware that whilst we can't see anything currently, we are still potentially in danger.
Sir, I've just had a thought.
Yes.
Our life sensors, are they currently adapted for warm-blooded creatures?
Your sensors would cover warm and cold-blooded.
Oh, I just think it's being really smart. They're like, oh, they're birds. They could be cold-blooded or maybe reptilian.
Yeah, maybe there was reptiles on here, and we just like here's the attack of the snake monsters, and we missed it.
Yeah.
That'd be pretty fucking weird and cool. Like that, like the reptile that Kirk fights in the arena.
The Gorn. That is where
The
you
Gorn.
were.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't know that. I wasn't sure if it was specially adapted, so I wouldn't have asked that if I knew that it could
That's grand.
do cold lifebloods as
Yeah,
well.
that's fine. Okay.
So,
Is there a
to find out, which workstations need power, it's going to be a reason plus engineering task, difficulty 2.
roll? Hey, it's all coming up. Metal House.
Yeah, so you've determined through the partial powering of individual consoles which ones would actually be needed to like work on the power systems, work on life support. However, it's going to be an insight and engineering difficulty 2 to route the power to the appropriate consoles and restore life support.
Yeah, that's not one of my values is know your flaws. That's not my area of expertise, so I'll use my communicator. Lieutenant Kuro, I believe I have identified the consoles that need to have power assigned to them. However, that's not my area of expertise. I know that you're quite handy with an Omni tool sometimes. If you could make your way up here, be careful. Disengage your boots if you're trying to ascend.
Yeah, Kurt will make his way up. And Yeah, no, you just go up to where the captain is and find the consoles he's looking for.
Is there a ladder that could get us up here?
There is, but with zero ladders are these kind of ladders are just holes in the wall and not like rungs. They work a bit different in low gravity than.
So it's like rock climbing.
Yeah. So without the gravity for the holes to be worth much, your grip on them is different in 0G.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, just because. Yeah, I'll just be aware, Kyoto, that I hurt myself coming up here, so I don't know how. If you want to try and take a route that minimizes the chance of you smacking your back off of something and winding yourself.
That would be the grav boots.
Wearing the standard grav boots and just walks up the wall.
Jesus Christ, I'm an idiot.
I told you.
You did tell me. Yeah, but I gotta do the cool leap. I'm the captain.
Can you, Daryl, do fitness plus con or security? Difficulty 1, please.
Okay.
You get that
Nice.
momentum back.
Nice.
Yeah, you gravity boot your way up. And it is an insight plus engineering with difficulty 2 to reroute the power.
Insight engineering. 2. I'm going to use my focus of power systems.
Go for it. Okay, so you didn't.
No, okay. Let's just check my talents.
You didn't succeed. However, I will give you the choice. You can spend 2 momentum to succeed, or you give me 2 threat.
Full momentum. I'm going to use those momentum. But,
Yeah, good idea.
Okay, so as you're working on rerouting the power, assuming I don't already have some, so as you work on it, you realize that you're about to overload a power coupling that, in your experience, a power coupling like this should be able to handle power, but perhaps you routed it through a secondary system that was meant for a lot lower voltages. But last minute, you managed to fix this upcoming error, and you managed to restore power to a few consoles and life support. However, lights are still at a minimum. You don't need your suits anymore if you want to take them off. But by looking at what power you could restore, there is no way to get the station to a stable orbit once more. More interestingly, though, once these consoles come to life, a video starts playing on multiple terminals. They all display the same image of what appears to be a series of working cryogenic tubes, which may or may not be in the station. There's also a symbol on each of the doors of the tubes, which appears to be something akin to a DNA strand, but it's different to what we ourselves, like the players, would consider to be a typical drawing of DNA strand. It's more kind of there's more circles and dots as opposed to singular, like, smooth lines.
It's cryogenic tubes with DNA strands on the front.
Yeah. Now, once life
inhabited
support,
cryogenic tubes.
just tubes.
Oh, okay.
They appear to be functional, and they are cryogenic tubes. You don't know if they're on the station. You don't know if they're full. Also, with life support being restored, you'll probably need your gravity boots or the ladders to get back down.
Yeah.
Or you can ask the ship to transport you.
No, I'll use the boots to get back there.
Okay. So, You have restored some consoles. You've seen this video. Life support is back. On this happening, Captain, you get a communication from the ship.
Our
Yes.
ship or this ship?
This is a station, so your ship.
Oh yeah, so our ship, yeah.
Sorry, what was the name of the lieutenant you put in charge again? I
Zuba.
Fart. Zuba. Just so I can remember. Zuba. Lieutenant Zubat. No. Lieutenant Zuba opens up a communication frequency with you and says, "Sir, we've detected life support is functioning again, and the ambassador is," and you can tell by the tone of their voice that they're kind of exasperated, that
Yeah.
is quite insistent that she join you. No worries, Cypher.
I were to attempt to contact the engineering deck to tell them to make up an issue with the transporter, would that be some form of role?
Do you just want your crew to fob them off for a bit?
Yeah, I want to broadcast directly to the bridge saying, yes, perfectly fine, send her to the transporter room, but like have headed that off at the pass by like contacting the engineering department and saying, look, we can't let her on board. She's been really insistent, so just make something up.
You could have one of your fellow bridge officers to communicate separately to do this.
So
That's entirely possible.
is Zuba talking to me on a confidential link? It's not something that goes
No.
out to the bridge.
No, it's an open link. It's
an open link. Okay.
Yeah. So the whole bridge can hear, as can the ambassador.
That's fine. And is my communication device set up to contact someone in a non-verbal capacity?
No, it's the standard comm badge.
Okay, great.
So, but see, if you wanted to talk to someone, you have to finish this conversation, and either you or someone else then have to say, Captain Solus to engineering, and then you get a direct line to engineering.
Okay, that's fine. We'll do that. Okay. Thank you, Lieutenant Zuba. I believe there is a reason. There's no reason for her to not come on board. So, have her head down to decontamination, get her suited up, make sure she understands the protocols, and run her through basic diagnostics of her communications device, and any of the onboard requirements for entering and exiting contamination zones. Out, and I'll close the link before you can answer.
Yes,
Captain Solas to engineering.
Engineering.
Let's come up with it. Anybody want to suggest an engineer name?
Zach.
Surname?
Brannigan.
Great. Isn't that? Is this Brannigan? And sign Brannigan.
Oh, if the captain contacts engineering, sir,
I need you to do some critical engineering work for me, Zach. If you could please inform the ambassador that there is a serious malfunction due to debris interference, and you cannot transport her aboard this station.
Of course, sir. I'm sure that turning on life support has activated some fields that are interfering with something. We'll figure it out.
Excellent, Zach. Thank you.
Cool. Engineering out.
Close it. Yeah, great. Okay,
Just
Lieutenant.
fob off an important Federation ambassador. I'm sure that'll go well.
She's gonna hurt herself, and more importantly, she's gonna hurt my crew.
Question: is there anything in like Starfleet Starfleet protocol that says you have to listen to an ambassador.
Oh shit! Yeah, no. If there is
Anything like
anything in Starfleet Protocol that says that, then I probably wouldn't have. But no. Surely, if you're the captain of the ship, she has to listen to you in times of distress.
Like I know admiral would be like higher ranking, but is an ambassador still considered a civilian, or would they be higher ranked Starfleet?
More civilian,
Okay.
but it is kind of a thing of it's still an ambassador. It's still someone with clout. It's still someone with power. So while you can delay, it may
Like
not go
open
over.
argument isn't
may-
really.
Yeah, it may not go
We're
over
not
well to
we're not in,
fully
like,
stop.
Yeah.
We're not in like direct breach of anything by just kind of saying, yeah, you can't come over yet, basically.
No.
Grand. That's all. Cool.
Yeah, I think that's probably like playing that game is probably why he's not just saying no. Look, you listen to me, and you have to sit down and do what you're told. Doesn't mash up, because she's still got some political nous, but
Yeah, like
still ain't up to like 30 minutes to an hour. That's not bad. Okay. I'll turn to Lieutenant and the Doctor. Lieutenant, Doctor, we have roughly probably 30 minutes before we're going to have to bring what appears to be a very annoying civilian on board. These cryogenic tubes, perhaps they are inhabited, perhaps there is something interesting with them. I suggest that we move out, scan the areas that we can, make sure there is nothing dangerous, and head back here after we are completed. Does that sound achievable?
Sounds agreeable to me, sir.
Yes, Captain.
Well,
Phasers to stun.
we come in peace. Shoot to kill. Shoot to kill. Shoot to kill. Now, so, from what you can find out from the consoles, the station's data core is down on the third deck, if that's where you want to go. Because right now there's no real data on the cryogenics.
Where things are. Yeah, okay. Yeah, data core sounds good to me.
Cool. So it can only be accessed through a crawl tube located in the floor. So you're going to have to lift a panel and go through narrow space.
Yeah, that's fine. Unlike Sean, Miral Solas is not afraid of tight enclosed spaces.
Okay. So as you crawl through and you find your way down to what you assume to be the next deck, it actually isn't. It's a separate deck, only about 2 meters tall, not built to Xindi standards in any way. It's about the width and shape of a Jeffries tube, but about 2 meters tall. So it's like a bit of a corridor. There's 2 rows of cylindrical holes drilled into opposite sides, and then you're able to continue towards the third deck. And it's another massive chamber, again about 30 meters tall. At the far end, from where you come in, is a door with the same symbol that you saw on the video monitors. The rest of the room is empty.
Did anybody follow me, or is it just me here?
I think I would just stay with you.
Yeah. I think
I'm
that's
assuming the
exactly-
party moves as one, but let me know if you don't.
Yeah. Oh, great, yeah. Okay. Interesting. I suggest... Wait, there should be a data core here, but there isn't. But perhaps there's something within this chamber. Now, we don't know what's on the other side, and I don't think our handheld scanners are going to be much use. Doctor, what would you suggest if we're going to enter this chamber? There's the likelihood being that there is some form of maybe in life form inside, or potentially some infectious disease.
We should double check the seals on our suits. Set phases to stun, just in case. And in the mighty words of the training manual, do not pray, wish for the best.
Okay, Lieutenant, take point. Let's try and get these doors open. Approach the doors to try and open them up if I can.
Are there any like wall panels that I can reach into, like the
Yeah, there's a manual release. You
power
can.
cables or whatever? Yeah.
Yeah, there's a manual release.
Cool. She'll attempt to open it that way.
Okay. You pull off a panel, you reach in, find a lever, and pull it down. The door releases with a bit of a hiss, just like an inch or two, enough for them to be pulled open. And inside the room, you come across a floor littered with skeletons. 6 are Zindi avians, and a dozen others are foot-long carapaces with skeletal protrusions jutting from underneath. They form a line in front of 20 cryotubes. Inside each tube, thousands of test tubes containing a frozen substance.
Gasaway, his quick glance to the skeletons and sees all of the things, controls himself, and then looks towards the captain. Sir, how do we proceed?
These bodies have deteriorated naturally to such a degree that they are now skeletons. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so they've been here for a long time, and it's clear from the way they're set out that the chitinous membrane existed to some being that was attacking the avians, sort of like in a last stand to protect the genetic material.
That would require investigation.
Okay, let's investigate.
Do you want me to assist you?
Dr. Gasser, I would like you to take a look at any of the biological material that is in these cryogenic spheres or arrayed around the room. Lieutenant, help me or assist me with inspecting for any combat damage, and let's see what we can find out. I don't like to be here any longer than we have to be.
Okay. Well, I am trained in xenobiology. Would that give me a focus for this role?
Yes, it is reason. So what are you doing? Are you examining the are you examining the remains of the carapace creatures? Are you examining the tubes? Are you examining for combat damage?
I think I would go for the tubes immediately because the skeletons can be, more or less checked over quite quickly. This requires more immediate checking because we're not sure what's in these tubes and in this sealed containment unit.
Okay. Reason plus medicine, difficulty 1.
Task roll 2?
Yep.
Okay, focus used. Reason medicine.
Nice.
1 and 2.
Nice.
Smashed it.
These are frozen and possibly viable embryos.
Seems we have stumbled into the beginnings of a crash, sir. At least one far, far along any maturity. These here are stored and well-maintained embryos.
Doctor, I'd like you to assess the viability of transporting these embryos, perhaps the people on the planet below, if there are any, could use them. In any event, this is an alien species that is believed to be extinct. If we have some embryos, and perhaps this is something we should return to the Zindi people. Okay, can me and Lieutenant Kirto, sorry, is that correct?
Yeah.
Assess the layout of the room, try and come up with a viable understanding of what happened here, and if there were any survivors or any indications that someone exited this room after the combat had taken place, or if there was a combat and if they exited the room.
So, can you give me a reason and medicine, difficulty 0, don't worry, to see
Sure.
if these two races were actually fighting?
Can I
Like,
use focus of hand-to-hand combat
um,
to see
you
if they would?
you can if you want. The
How
extra
many
success won't
focuses are we
really.
meant to have?
Quite a few.
We like 6. One of them's analysis.
I think this will be something analysis. Yeah, so it's difficulty 0. You got 2 successes, so I think you're already
Okay.
full on momentum anyway from the previous one. So they didn't die fighting. You would need to do an autopsy really to figure out the cause of death, but there didn't seem to be any combat here.
Okay. That is not looking good for potential flesh-eating viruses, but okay. Doctor, amend previous instructions. We need to know the viability of transporting both of these skeletons and the embryos. Lieutenant, if you could take a look around the room and see if there's anything else that we may recover, I'm going to contact engineering and let them know that we'll need some form of transport, possibly with a coolant or cryogenic system.
Okay, so I
Are
just
there
wanted to.
any? Go on ahead. Sorry.
I was just saying I'll get right on it.
Oh, sorry. Are there any sort of consoles here that are active that I might have like information or anything on them?
It seems like all the power in this room is dedicated to keeping the tubes going.
But then rerouting power, I don't know if there's much I could do to kind of. Is there anything else in the room that seems particularly interesting, or like tools or medical tools or anything like that?
Not really. This seemed to be purpose-built just for the storage.
Storage, yeah.
There are the carapace remains as well.
Assuming they'll go back with the skeletons anyway. That would be my assumption.
About now, Captain, you get another communication saying that that Ambassador Parrot is reminding you that she wishes to come along, and she is asking to go on the shuttle.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, let her come in the show.
Okay. So over the next few minutes.
Sorry, can I contact the engineering after I've said that it's fine for her to
Yeah.
go on the show?
Yeah.
Yeah. Captain to engineering.
Engineering.
Brannigan, do we have any form of handheld cryogenic transport?
Is there something there that you need to freeze?
There's something here that is frozen and needs to be transported.
Well, we could try and hook up a portable power source and transport the thing wholesale.
Can I take a look at the unit and see how viable that seems?
You need to kind of have a look at engineering. So I'd say reason engineering, difficulty 1.
Okay, reason engineering difficulty 1. No, I don't think I would perform that role because I think that Solus knows he's not very good at engineering, and the whole point of bringing his crew with him was so that they could assess things that he wasn't able to
It works
assess.
together.
So he is going to say, Okay, Brannigan. We'll take an assessment of the internals here and see if it's possible for us to transport the thing wholesale. In the event that we come back with a negative, please turn your attention on any way that we can transport this biological material in a safe manner. I yeah, thank you,
Understood.
Captain Al.
Engineering it.
Lieutenant, how is your search going?
There doesn't appear to be much else of interest in the room, sir. Mainly appears to have been storage for the cryogenic chambers.
The cryogenic chambers, the system that holds them together. What does your expertise say about the viability of transporting it wholesale back to the ship?
I would like to examine the cryogenic chambers.
Reason and engineering, difficulty 1. Yep, it'll be possible to hook up a portable power source long enough to get transported and hooked up to the ship's main power grid. It wouldn't be that difficult.
Might take a little bit of time, but it's definitely possible, sir.
Excellent.
About now is when Ambassador Parrot transports into the room with you. So you have the whooshing of the transporter, and she just lets out a sigh and looks around and goes, "This is amazing." And just immediately goes to one of the tubes and starts looking at the embryos.
Ambassador, I would implore you, please have a look around. Unfortunately, we have not come across any living species. As you can see, there is some unfortunate accident that's happened here. We have been unable to identify the cause of death and especially the deterioration. Do not take off your suit. Do not do anything to the cryogenic tubes. I would insist that we look and do not touch until we can ascertain what the issue is. Dr. Gasaway, please, if you could do any form of reading or if there's anything within your means of expertise to make sure that this area is indeed safe for us to transport things from.
It still needs to take his ECO look and inventory exactly what we have here, but it may take some time. Please, everyone give me space to work. I don't want any of these embryos or anything like that getting disturbed or, heaven forbid, falling and rupturing. It would be a tragedy to lose any of these samples after what I presume these people gave their lives to protect these things, these embryos.
The room has consoles in it. Any other consoles apart from obviously not powered, but are there other consoles like monitoring consoles, communication consoles, anything like that?
Just some monitoring consoles currently not powered.
Is there a possibility of hooking up another external power source, transportable power source to them, so that we can assess the optics in here, or if there's any logs or anything like that?
You can indeed try. You may be able to use your phaser tricorder power source to give it a little bit of power.
I'll toss my phaser to the lieutenant if they're willing.
Sure, yeah.
Lieutenant, if you could attempt to rewire using that, I would kindly request you do not break it, but I suppose that may be an eventuality.
Yeah, I'll pop out the power crystal or whatever in the phaser and attempt to wire it up to the console.
Okay, this is going to be this is going to be a bit more of a daring engineering. Difficulty 3.
Yeah, great, Darren. Use any of the momentum that you think you require, Daryl.
I think difficulty 3, you said.
Hmm.
I might use 2 dice, so
That'd be
3
3
momentum.
momentum.
Power systems again, so I'm going to use that as a focus.
Okay. 3, but a
Pass.
complication. You get to ask me 2 questions before the power burns out the terminal.
Okay, guys, what do we want to know?
Why are the samples here? Why are the embryos here?
Yeah. What was the mission? Like, what are the mission parameters? Why are they keeping those embryos?
Okay.
Maybe it's like the Entwifes and they lost them.
Yeah, I'll search up that. Is there any sort of like mission log or anything like that to kind of show why they're here and what they're being held for?
You search, and there is no mission log on this terminal. What you do know is that this was put together hurriedly.
Captain, there doesn't appear to be any specified mission parameters. It appears that this was set up in a hurry, perhaps in response to the volcanic eruptions on the planet. This might just be a safe haven for the future generations. Potentially.
Interesting theory. The planet is in such a volcanic state that the cities have been evacuated, and these are the last embryos on a station that they sent up. Noted. Is there any information logged in the system regarding who authorized or ran this station, and the captain or some? There's no mission log. The status of the embryos, perhaps, maybe a better understanding of if they're viable to be transferred.
Right. I'll check that. So I have like a status from each of the tubes of what's still properly functioning and what's not, or which of them are still viable, still properly frozen.
So your question just how suitable are they?
Like basically, if there's like 1,000 in there, do we have to transfer all 1,000, or are there like 500 that are still in good nick, sort of thing?
Oh,
Yeah, any no.
Thousands are still viable.
Okay.
There's no like specific tubes that are malfunctioning or anything like that that we can just kind of eliminate one or two of them.
No, these were built in a hurry, but simply into last. So they took long-standing technologies that were easy to put together, gave it a very long-lasting redundant power source, and that was it. At which point the power supply overwhelms the terminal, and fizz bang.
The terminal or the power supply?
The terminal.
Okay. Good. If I can get my Kyber crystal back for my lightsaber, please.
Yep.
I crack
now,
it and make you sit. Yeah.
now, Cassidy,
Yes.
Ambassador Parrot walks up to you And again, sort of standing quite tall, she goes, "Doctor, is it possible to investigate the bodies to see what killed them?"
It would require a deep examination and autopsy. I would be quite quick to do it in my medical laboratory back on the ship, back on the Kaber. But to undertake one now would detract from the work I'm doing, trying to get a stable reading and exactly what we can learn from these embryos.
Well, whatever you decide to bring over to your vessel, I recommend keeping a level 10 force field around everything. We still don't know what killed them.
Of course, Ambassador. How astute of you. It seems someone on the ship has listened to my many prognoses of taking on board correct disease control. I would expect nothing less. Engineering will be warned when we transport both the embryos and the skeletons back to the Kaber.
Very good. I would suggest, and she looks over at you, Captain. I suggest that we don't go down to the planet until we are sure of what happened here.
That seems like a very pragmatic solution, Ambassador. I accept. We should understand fully what we have here before we attempt any contact with the planet. I think Lieutenant Kyoto had a good analysis that perhaps these embryos were transported from the planet. There may be some issue groundward.
Some genetic failure, maybe. Why they had to be kept here.
It's a myriad of reasons, possibly. The planet is very volcanically active. I'm not sure if there's been some form of issue with their cities or some form of disease. The suggestion to keep everything underneath the level 10 force field is excellent. We will have engineering make sure that that's a possibility. In the meantime, everybody be alert. Look around. I'm going to contact the Kaber. And he's going to step out and get back on the comms, get back over to engineering, let them know that we're going to need this force field, and if there's any information about, and let them know that we can indeed power the cryogenic tubes wholesale, and bring them with us. But we will be transporting items that are to be treated as highly infectious until otherwise notified.
Yeah. We don't have to go into the specifics of this, but engineering said that's possible. They can convert a cargo bay into a quarantine area, and everything can be transported there and hooked up.
Great. In the meantime, I would like to work out the viability of putting the ambassador out in air duct.
You really don't like the ambassador, do you?
No. I actually think she's quite smart. Actually, I don't dislike her as much as I did at the start when she just seemed like an annoying person.
My God,
He
character
still works that
development.
out in his head, but
Okay. Supplemental log.
Okay, so everything gets brought over, and you can get brought over as well if you wish.
Yeah, with the correct force fields and all that stuff.
Yep.
Keep it safe.
So, who would like to do what right now?
I would like to study the things. The
The tubes, the unknown bodies, or the known bodies?
the unknown bodies.
Alrighty. Can I get an insight plus medicine difficulty 2, please?
Insight medicine difficulty 2. Yes. Focus used xenobiology.
Yep.
Okay. 1 success.
You can either succeed at a complication or give me threat.
I'm gonna give you threat.
Madman.
Okay. You find that a pathogen of some sort did kill them. And these bodies are of the sentient centipedes of the indigenous Doradin from this planet.
Okay. Immediate reaction to pathogen. Is the force field containable enough to keep this pathogen at bay?
The pathogen's no longer active. It hasn't had food
Okay.
for years. But you can
Okay.
see the remnants of the bits of the pathogens.
If I were to drop this force field, are the remnants still able to circulate through the air and be infectious?
No.
Okay, so they're destitute. They're done.
Yeah.
Okay. Following on from that, I will inform the captain of that. I will, but the next thing I want to do is I want to see if this pathogen jumped species from the centipede-like folk to the avian folk, if I can cross-examine it and see if it got to them as well.
Sure, insight medicine with 1, because you kind of know what you're looking for.
Okay. Yeah.
Nice.
Don't know why you only rolled once, but sure.
Oh,
Just to
sorry.
show how much of a badass he is.
Sorry, I rolled. Oh, sorry. I can roll one more time just to check.
If you want, I think you...
We'll get
Oh,
a
sorry.
momentum
Yeah, I think you build your momentum a bit.
up to 5.
You used 3. You read 3 plus 2 plus 5. Yeah, 5. So you're on 5 now.
Yeah.
Yes. Similar pathogen in the Zindi avians.
I bleep the not bleep. I get on the horn of the captain and inform him that this pathogen is capable of crossing species, so we need to be extremely careful. The subjects of skeletons don't seem to be carrying a live pathogen, but any future life forms on this planet past the space station could be carrying the pathogen. And I would like to, my final roll before I really need to go to the bathroom, is I would like to check if the embryos are infected with the pathogen as well.
That I will just tell you with no. They're not.
Okay, cool. And with that, I start to write a report and catalog it, and I will give it a. I will try and create a cool name for the disease.
Cool. Captain,
Damn
you...
it, I got a Cassidy.
Yeah.
Captain, you get the report from your doctor. Pathogen took out both the Zindi avians and the Doradans on this station.
But poses no, because it's not been able to survive, there's no threat to us.
Yeah.
Okay. That doesn't mean it's still not thriving on the planet. Sorry, did you say the Doradans were also native to this planet and that's why they were here?
The Doradans are native to the planet. The Zindi avians would be visitors to this planet.
Okay. Oh, okay. Sorry, are we saying visitors or migrants considering the cities?
Yeah, migrants, sure.
Migrants, okay, yeah, cool. All right, okay, so a surface away team's probably not a good idea. Fine, yeah, great, yeah. I'll take some time to assess the report. I will insist on maintaining infectious disease protocols over the bodies or the skeletons, but not on the embryos when we arrive.
Arrive where?
Are we back on the ship now? I thought we were still on the shuttle.
No, everything was transported directly to the ship.
Okay. Okay, great. I'll head back to the bridge then.
Mm-hmm.
And comms officer, please attempt to hail the unnamed city in the northern continent landmass of the planet below.
Okay. Sends a
This
hail.
is Captain Mirasolas of the U.S.S. Kaber. If there are any Zindi folk may surviving below. We have came across a cluster of embryos on your station. We require confirmation that there is no pathogen outbreak below.
You wait
Yeah.
and wait. Sir, no response.
We didn't pick up any.
You didn't pick up any intelligent life. You picked up little to no power signatures in the city.
Yeah, okay. Ambassador.
Yes.
We have scanned the planet below. We have scanned the station, and we have recovered these embryos. It is my proposition that there is no life on the planet below. That it would be unnecessarily dangerous for us to send an away team down into those cities. There is no indication that there is any living being there. I would propose that we are now in the best position to return to the nearest system with the embryos in order to find them a safe gestation place and perhaps get into communication with the Zindi people.
I do not agree, Captain. We still don't. We know that a pathogen killed the aliens on the station. We know that the embryos are here. We don't know if they're still viable samples of the pathogen down there. And what if someone were to get it and to spread it to other parts of the Federation? We must secure what we can down there. Figure out if it was natural or if it was engineered. If they perhaps found a cure too late.
What does Starfleet regulations suggest? Oh, hold on. 2 seconds.
How's everyone
I
doing?
just had to grab some
No?
food.
No worries.
Yeah, as their sort of protocol or guidance on what to do if you come across planets potentially suffering from disease.
It would be more within the Starfleet ethos to take protective measures, but to investigate.
Okay.
It would be to, like, you are the captain, you aren't meant to come back to Starfleet with, hey, we saw a thing over there and we left. It's, hey, we saw a thing over there, this is what we did.
Okay. That's fine. In that case, okay, all fairly good points, Ambassador. I am reticent to risk the life of any of my crew, but perhaps even more lives would be lost if this pathogen was caught, studied, and released somewhere else. We will reconvene here in an hour. I will put forward some names for an away team. I must stress that it is not compulsory for anybody to accompany me down there. I assume, Lieutenant Doctor, that you're happy to come along. Silence is indeed golden. Alternatively, Ambassador, if you wish to accompany us, I have no issues with that, but you need to be aware of all of our infectious disease protocols.
Well, I think I will remain on the ship. I think I'll spend some time studying the reports about the embryos.
Excellent. Not a problem.
Sean wipes sweat from his forehead.
Of course she doesn't want to come down when it's confirmed dangerous, the bitch.
Hey, she's not the one who agreed to boldly go.
I agreed to boldly look. God damn it. Okay. Is Cameron back? No. Okay.
I'm back.
Oh yeah, okay. Dr. Gasser, I would appreciate a full debriefing on this pathogen and what you recommend in terms of safety. Within after an hour, I would like us all to meet in the transporter room, bring infectious control suits, potentially transportable force fields in case we find any items that we need to retrieve. Whilst Ultimate Command obviously retains with me, Dr. Gasser, I'd be happy for you to lead while we're away. You know more about these types of scenarios than I think almost anybody else, definitely in this sector. Prepare yourself, gentlemen. This could be rather dangerous. I will see you all in the transport bay.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just going to get to work on the infectious disease report. Do I need to make a roll?
No, it's okay. You just make a report on what you found. So far, it's not much because of the age of the pathogens degraded. There isn't too much information you can get about it right now.
Yeah. Sorry, say that last part again.
Because it's been so long dead, it's degraded to the point where it's difficult to get exactly what it was. You'd need a more present sample.
Okay. All right. So I am going to make the recommendation to the captain in my report that I only want the captain to read. I do not want to make this in front of the ambassador nor any other members of the senior crew. That if there is to be some kind of expedition to get a sample of this disease, that I am the single person involved in doing it because I don't want anyone risking their life to study it. That would be my recommendation. That if there is like a team or a live sample, allow me to. I don't want any other assistance or any other accommodations from the staff within the presence of the actual venereal disease, so they can get affected. Only me would be at risk. That would be something that Gasaway would put down in his report.
Okay, that's fine. I'd like to make a captain's log just updating and informing of what we're undertaking here in case anything goes wrong.
Cool.
Yeah.
And Daryl, how are you doing in all this?
You just see a montage of Kurtos strapping on his arm-mounted minigun. No.
The scene from Commando with Schwarzenegger.
Gonna fry some bird.
It's like because we're going into like probably dangerous territory. Who would be bringing the equivalent of like D&D's like climbing gear and kind of like a tool kit and stuff like that, to just in case we need to like break through walls or kind of rescue people from under wreckage. And then he'd probably have like slightly, I don't know. They don't really have armor in Star Trek particularly, do they? So
now see, you can't. So carrying equipment is quite a thing. Apart from your normal equipment, you can carry, and all the stuff you wear, you can carry kind of one to two extra things. So, like,
well, you know when you see them like going down with like a satchel and they've got like a few bits in that, it's kind of like that. So it'd be like something just kind of like a couple of like spanners and screwdrivers, and then like
like an engineering kit.
Yeah, something like that, just to kind of like just in case we need to like break through some debris and help some people, that sort of thing.
Yeah, that's fine. You can bring an engineering kit. Cool. So I'm assuming the city is where you're planning on going, and not the desert to the south.
No, the
You want
city is probably where we should go.
I didn't hear a word.
Sorry, the city is somewhere that we would like to attempt to go. Maybe not directly into it, on the outskirts, or and make our way in.
You have two options:
Mhm.
shuttle or transporter.
I don't want to risk losing our shuttle or having it contaminated, so I would go with transporter.
Okay. You can do an insight and command task, difficulty 1, to sort of inspect from your ship what the city is like.
Okay. Does the ship assist?
No, not with this one.
No. Okay. Then say command. Nice.
Okay. Let me roll to see if... Okay, so you're like looking over the images of the city, and like are like a little frown or something as you try to figure out what to do.
Hmm.
When Ensign Zuba, or Lieutenant Zuba, speaks up and says, "Well, sir, it looks like there's no actual entrances to these buildings from the ground, only from the top. If you were to beam down, you'd only be able to beam down to one building at a time."
Could provide some complications. Do we know what material the buildings are made out of?
Afraid not, sir. The metal the buildings are made out of are blocking sensors. A shuttle will be
But
the
they
most...
are metal.
There's metal in the construction.
Hmm. How did the gravity boots work? Are they magnetic?
They're gravity.
What?
What?
What do you mean they are gravity?
They create a very localized gravitic field that just makes your boots really heavy to the surface.
Okay. Okay. I feel like the obvious solution is to take the shuttle, because then we can fly between the roofs. But it means we're risking the shuttle. But I suppose if there's no, we're risking a contamination. So yeah, we'll take the shuttle.
Are you sure, Captain? It's an important decision.
Unless there is an alternative suggestion from anybody else, I don't see how we are going to traverse a planet mostly, or an area of the planet mostly intended for beings with the ability to fly. The shuttle seems like the most obvious suggestion. Perhaps the gravitic boots, but scaling a building of that size is not necessarily what they're intended for, and I don't even think they would work as intended within such an atmosphere. Grappling hooks, any kind of rope and pulley system, obviously the same issue. We have an incredibly adept virologist on board. I am more than certain that he is able to deal with any sort of contamination protocols. We will take the shuttle.
Sir, if I may. Protocols are one thing, and having access to the lab is another. If we go down there and our suits are breached, our contamination protocols fail, well, transponding back to the ship in emergency, or worse yet, bringing it back on the transport itself, could risk the infection of the entire crew on the ship.
Engineering?
Brannigan here.
Brannigan, what is the viability of enclosing the entire shuttle within a level 10 force field? Docked.
You'd have to lower it to go in and out.
But it is possible.
Yes. If you're planning on using it to keep a pathogen out, you're still going to have windows of infection as you enter and exit the shuttle.
If we were to enter and exit the shuttle.
True.
Mm,
It might be
rations.
possible. Might be possible to use some kind of outward sensor to get a reading of the atmosphere and see if the atmosphere is poisoned or contaminated, and then we can go from there.
With the information that you gathered from studying the pathogen, is there any specific items that you could assist us in identifying so that our system scanners can take a better look at the planet? Perhaps we can maybe identify known indicators that will assist us to make a more informed decision. And also on top of that, if it's possible for some of the ensigns to gather up roughly a week's worth of rations and food, we can put them on the shuttle and ensure that if we do bring any pathogens back, we will wrap the shuttle within the force field. Hopefully, the ship will be able to get somewhere else, and a local system or another Federation planet, and we can assess the viability of curing or decontaminating ourselves there.
Is Brannigan still in this talk, by the way?
Yeah, still open to engineering.
Okay. Brannigan speaks up and says, well, the shuttle does have a replicator, so as long as you have power, you should be able to feed yourselves. However, we do have that cargo bay already set up as a quarantine zone. You could land the shuttle in the cargo bay.
Excellent suggestions, Brannigan. I believe that's probably the most viable approach to entering the planet. Now, I know this is a lot of caution, but I'm sure the doctor can attest. This isn't something we want to take lightly. We have already seen the complete deconstruction of 2 species from this pathogen. I will ask again, Lieutenant, Doctor, you are completely comfortable in coming this away team?
Of course,
It would
sir.
not be my first choice, sir. Oh, sorry, Lieutenant. Sorry, I thought I meant Lieutenant Commander.
But no, yeah, just both of you guys coming along.
Oh, okay. I speak up first and say, again, I declared to pursue it, this objective in identifying the disease in my own way, but I always defer to your orders, Captain. The age of the disease means that specifics are hard to get a hold of. I won't take my advanced medical equipment with me, so I can continue scanning and researching the disease when we are done on the planet. One other thing is that is the ambassador here in this room?
She can be if you want to include her in the conversation.
I don't want to include her. I want to.
Yeah, I thought this was going to be taking place in the transportation area as we're getting ready.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
Another consideration needs to be made to the ambassador, sir. He will be released from the thumb of your guidance, shall we put it, and mine and engineering and securities purview. If we are indisposed and quarantined, I fear our reputational risk of looking incompetent to the ambassador.
Noted, but from my understanding and my interactions with the ambassador, she's a rather conscientious woman. It appears that she is of the opinion that someone must go down, whether that is not her. But if we were to come back and have to be quarantined, I would suggest she sees that as appropriate countermeasures rather than a failure. I will take it on board. I do worry that there may be someone, or she may have more influence on whoever we leave behind in charge, but I'm sure colleagues like Brannigan and others will keep her in line.
I don't doubt that the crew will do their best to curb an enthusiastic ambassador trying to make a mark on the galaxy.
Okay, with that being said, we will leave Captain to the bridge.
Bridge.
Lieutenant Zuba, you have command again. Safety protocols if we are to come back and inform you that there are any pathogenic materials or issues. We will be contained within the already set up quarantine field overlooked by was it Lieutenant Commander Brannigan, isn't it? Overlooked
yeah.
by Lieutenant Commander Brannigan. We will be able to use the replicator on board the shuttle. However, ensure that you have already evaluated all possible exit routes and find us the closest planet that has some form of science station or decontamination area that may be able to assist.
That'll be done, Captain.
Captain out. Okay, Lieutenant, if you would join us, we will enter the shuttle.
Of course, Commander. Shall I fly us down?
That would be brilliant. I'm going to hope for the best. And he takes a seat.
Cool.
Okay, so party enters shuttle with enviro suits on, I'm guessing. Yeah, so enviro suits on in the shuttle, you start flying down towards the city. As you get closer, you see that it's made up of numerous spires, each culminating in a flat space from which more spires rise up. What the Zindi have done here is they have drilled arms into the side of these mountains to make a platform in which the city is built on. Thousands of pole-shaped buildings, some a quarter-kilometer in diameter, rise up into the sky, with many perches extending from the vertical poles, leading what appear to be homes or businesses. And as you get closer, occasional skeletons can be seen lying shattered on the ground. What appear to be light posts reaching skyward are dark. Each flat area or perch is wide enough to be called a landing pad of sorts, although not very wide at all. However, as you get closer, the wind starts going from stiff to buffeting to gale force. And Lieutenant Curto, it's going to be a control plus a daring or con with a difficulty of 2 to get a safe landing.
Nice.
Well done.
You barely just managed to avoid a big gust of wind slamming your shuttle into a building. You managed to counter that gust expertly. And you land yourself on one of the landing pads. Now, there are gale force winds up here.
Paid off.
There are gale force winds outside. So, you can expect that once you open the door of the shuttle, that you will have to start dealing with those winds.
Is that something that the gravity boots we had before could help with, or do they only work in 0G?
They can help, except they're more sort of unidirectional. If you know what I mean, like they'll keep your foot firm up down, but not necessarily side to side. Know what I mean?
Okay, so we wouldn't float away, but we would skid across.
Yeah, and if you skid across with enough force, you might detach.
You'll fall. Yeah. That's fair.
Now, your sensors right now don't show any pathogen, but that could just be the high wind blowing any pathogen into different parts.
So just so I have it clear in my head, the buildings aren't necessarily buildings; they're mountains that have been spiraled and drilled into with horizontal beams that are also then attached to vertical beams that have another set of horizontal beams coming out that are landing spires.
So think mountains.
Yep.
Think drills that have gone into the mountains with arms that go out and vertically. On top of those arms are platforms on top of which the city has been built. And the buildings of that city are tall spires that have lots of landing perches and entrances up high and things like that.
But there is a self-contained internal part then of the spires.
Yeah, so where you've landed is like a domicile. You can go in.
Could we? Okay, great. So could we position the shuttle in a way that it becomes like a windbreak so that we can get into one of the entrances?
It would be quite difficult. Right now, the perch you're at is only twice as wide as the shuttle, so it's a very particular spot to land on. It's doable if Daryl's okay with another difficulty 2 check.
Can I assist in any way?
You can.
Okay, because I've got good. Is it daring? Did you say and
control or daring plus con? Assisting you only get 1 dice.
Okay, I've got relatively good. Well, good daring, but not bad.
I just realised I've got shuttlecraft as a focus, so I could probably use that.
Yeah.
Just forgot that I have evasive actions.
Not really.
Okay, that's fine. I think I need to take a look at my focuses because they're very general. Okay, I'll roll my assist die.
I mean, this is the first mission, so if people want to make a change,
I'll make it in the downtime. Damn.
What, difficulty 2, wasn't it?
Yeah. So, you try to shift the shuttle a little bit closer. Gust of wind takes you by surprise from a direction you weren't expecting, and the shuttle slams against the side of the building. Okay. Daryl, you take 1 damage. Lieutenant Curto, you take 1 damage. Dr. Gasaway, you take 2 damage. And Captain Solos, you take 1 damage.
We're getting more damage.
So
Stress.
on your stress, it should be full. Just take 1 off the end.
Yeah. Okay, gotcha.
Now,
take 1 off the end. You click the second one in, right?
Yeah. So you click to the number you have left.
Yep. It's like bottom. It starts bottom right, so you go bottom and then left.
Yeah.
So I've taken 4 damage total. So I click on the second one in, and that takes 4 damage off.
Yeah, I would say that that it's a different scene, so that first damage is healed.
Oh, okay.
So the gust comes along, slams the shuttle to the side of the building. You all get tossed to one side and bang yourselves against various internal parts of the shuttle.
Oh. Okay. Perhaps they're not the best idea I've came up with yet. My apologies, Lieutenant. If anybody has any suggestions on how they believe we can get into this building without being blown off of the top of said building, I am all ears. Otherwise, we may have to just think happy thoughts and run.
Well, either way, Captain, I believe we should perhaps anchor ourselves either to each other or to the craft itself.
It's a good question. How are we going to? There is area to land the craft.
Yeah, you landed, and then you ask get closer.
We are okay. We are landed. Okay, and the craft is held landed by some form of defense. The device, right? It's not, or is it also at risk of being blown off?
The shuttle is not at risk of being blown away.
Okay.
Um,
I've seen the Star Trek movies, the new ones, not the old ones, and they had some form of like thing attached to them when they were on top of the shuttle. Do we have them?
Sorry, what? I've not seen. I've only seen the first, like the 2009 J.J. Abrams.
Call yourself a fan, do you?
Yeah, Star Trek, not Star Wars.
It's Star Trek.
It's Star
It says
Trek.
it
It's Star Wars with
in
the
the
name
name.
Star Trek.
It says it in the name.
Star Trek Wars. It's basically like the Land Rover winch. It's kind of.
Oh yeah,
the
you can winch yourselves. Like you can tie yourselves to the shuttle to make it over. You can tie yourself to the shuttle so you don't fall to your death. You still have to make it over.
Okay.
It is going to be a fitness plus command task for each of you. Difficulty 1.
Fitness command.
Yes.
Fitness command.
Oh no! What's the task roll?
God, why am I not fitter?
It's 2 as standard. This is a kind of a 2d20 system. So unless I say otherwise, or you buy stuff, it's 2.
Difficulty 1 or 2?
Difficulty 1.
Oh, thank God.
Cool. So,
two.
yes. So I think you're now in full momentum of 6. So the 3 of you managed to battle the gale force winds across from the shuttle to inside this domicile. There is no power, so you'll have to try and figure something out if you want to get access to any of the computers or anything that's in here.
The same system as before. Do you rig a phaser or to try and provide an external power source?
Reason or insight plus engineering, difficulty 2.
Lieutenant, do you know the drill? And I fling him my phaser.
Using my power systems focus again.
Go for it. Nice one. With the power of the phaser, the entirety of this particular home powers up, including a computer.
Excellent. I'll take a look on the computer and see if I can find. This is like a residential domicile, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll look to see if I can find any communications logs, any diaries, anything like that, news clips, briefings, anything on the system that suggests what happened here, or if there's an evacuation call or anything in general like that.
Can I get a reason plus engineering task, please? Difficulty 0.
Okie dokie. Reason plus engineering. Reason engineering.
Okay, so only local data is available.
Yeah.
There is right now since power is down, which means that any form of, let's just call it internet, is down. The only thing on the computer is there. So if you want to try and search anything useful on it, that is an insight plus engineering, difficulty 2.
Okay. Well, this isn't going to go great, but we'll roll it anyway. I'll use one momentum. Huh.
Yep. So, you find that there is a wind power generator on another tower housing the city's government offices. and you get the
Welcome
location
to
of the
the-
government offices.
Okay, great, excellent. I'll transfer that location onto my communications device, and then over our tricorder, and then over to the lieutenant, so that we can plug it into the ship.
Yeah, you can
The-
just tricorder it.
Okay, I'll tricorder it, and then transmit it to the shuttle as well, just so it's logged in the bases there. Gentlemen, I believe that I have found where we will need to go. Did you say it was a wind power generator?
Yeah, a wind generator at the government buildings, tallest spire in the city.
There's a exceptionally tall spire within the city, and obviously that is where the government had some headquarters. If we return to the shuttle, or finish up any examinations, Doctor, if you want to have a look around and see if there's anything you can find, I'll give us 10 minutes and then we're back to the shuttle.
I think there's nothing I'm going to do. I'm going to scan the atmosphere.
Go ahead.
Would that be reason and medicine or science?
I would say insight science.
That's science. Focus used?
Do you have a focus?
I have xenobiology and infectious diseases. I was going
If-
to look
if-
for
if
any
you're
trace
looking-
amounts in
If
the
you're looking
atmosphere.
if you're looking for any trace amounts of the pathogen, then yes, you can use a focus.
Okay, cool. And here we go. Ooh.
You find no traces of the pathogen. The atmosphere is very dry. Seems to be a lot of volcanic activity is creating dust and ash that's drying things out, plus winds from the desert.
Okay. I pass that along to the captain and to the lieutenant that we are in the clear in case our suits get ruptured for the moment.
Noted, Doctor. Lieutenant, unless there's anything left that you would like to explore, I suggest we head back.
I'm happy to head back, Captain.
Excellent.
It's going to be another fitness and command from each of you to get back to the shuttle.
God, I hope
Okay.
I don't die.
Difficulty 1.
Fitness. Come on. No focus.
Success. You all make it back to the shuttle in one piece and get inside and just enjoy the calm, quiet air inside.
Yeah.
Crack open a space Budweiser.
Mm. So, what do?
Transport. Take the shuttle to the designated location. Try and alight there so that we can get inside.
Okay.
Yeah.
You fly over and you find that the landing perch on the government tower has been shorn in half. Your pilot, so Lieutenant Curto, control plus con task, difficulty 3, please.
Oh, can I try and assist?
You can indeed.
Some nice backseat driving coming from the captain here.
Hmm.
Control and con, what did you say?
Control and con. And before you roll, Daryl, remember that you do still have momentum to spend if you feel like you need it.
Yeah, put
What's the difficulty again?
3.
3. Yeah, I'll spend 1 to give myself an extra.
You sure? Because it's pretty important.
You also have shuttlecraft as a focus, if you wish to use that.
Yeah.
Alright, okay. I'll roll my assistant.
Very nice.
Ooh.
So,
This ball can fly.
5.
I can
so
kind of do everything, but not that well.
once you land, and when you open the door, you can see that the destruction of the perch was deliberate. There's scorch marks over the pad.
Can we tell if the scorch marks, what level of weaponry was required to make these kind of scorch marks?
That'll be a reason and security task. Difficulty 1, please. An explosive, not directed energy. So some kind of bomb.
Hypothetically, hypothetically, they could have set some explosive as they were leaving. I don't think it suggests anything necessarily untoward, but I would suggest caution. Phasers to stun, ensure that all your seals are intact. When you're ready, gentlemen, we'll
Yes,
leave.
sir.
Okay. Are you still tying yourselves to the shuttle so you don't?
Yeah.
Okay. So you tie yourselves on and you start to leave the shuttle. You see a power generator near the edge of the perch. Currently, it is off.
Like just switched off because it's a wind
Yeah. So
generator. So it's obviously
it's-
it's still generating power, but the actual power thing's not been switched on to transport it.
yeah. So like the turbines are locked. It's switched off. Like there's little faint kind of light kind of coming on and off on it, indicating that there is power left in it, but it's not actively feeding power to the building.
I think it'd be better to look inside the building first before we turn the power on, just in case this is I guess, an avian-made pathogen. I don't want this to be. I don't want this government center to actually be like a CDC center, a science center where they have generated and created this pathogen, and we turn the power on, and that causes some kind of issue.
Correct.
Does anybody else think that's a bad idea?
Well, this is speaking out of character. It could possibly be that the avians bioengineered a weapon to kill off the
Yeah.
other people.
Yeah.
And if that was the case, then this building standing might be patient zero or spread zero.
Yeah,
Potentially,
agreed.
it could be because why else would they blow up the landing pad unless they thought maybe it was something attacking them? Potentially, it's something that is just like a predator that spreads a pathogen of some kind.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like what were they again? Like centipede people. They can't fly. You would think the avians would be able to fly away. So unless there was like a massive technological gap, which race was able to create like a space station, so they're advanced enough. It must have been more than just a predator prey situation.
You would only destroy the landing platform. But, I mean, that's conversation that can happen in characters. I'm going to do that.
Okay.
You don't have to do voices if you want to talk in character about these things. So, because I know sometimes
Yeah.
voices can be rough on people.
That's okay. I'll do mine. Mine's is actually easy. Hypothetical suggestion: you only destroy a landing platform if you don't want someone to come back or for someone to get something and leave. I suggest that we leave the power off just for the moment. Do an initial recon inside. If we decide it is safe to come back out and switch the power on, I suggest that's still viable.
Is there any wreckage among the destroyed landing site?
No, it seems like after the explosion, the major chunks fell down and the wind probably took off anything that was loose.
Okay, no problem.
Okay, so what's the party doing?
I take my phaser out.
Yeah, I'm going to send my
Into
phase
the
up to stun.
building. I just want to do a check to see if there's any like danger, any traps or anything like that. The same sort of thing.
Reason and security level 1, difficulty 1, please.
I just realized I have constantly watching, detect danger, hidden enemies, reduce difficulty by 1. So
Okay, so difficulty 0.
yeah,
Nice.
Cool.
yeah.
As you're scanning around to make sure everything's safe for your captain and your doctor, you see what appears to be a device attached to the generator. It looks like some sort of chemical combination device, something that could very easily be a bomb.
Say no. No, I'll inform the captain.
I tell the captain to go stand beside.
Captain, there appears to be some sort of device attached to the generator. Potentially a bomb, or perhaps a pathogen dispersal unit device, something.
Well, I suggest we avoid the power generator for just now. Internal checks initially. We'll come out and reassess whether or not we think it's viable for us to disarm this device later.
Understood.
I think it's only logical that we now treat this area as a hostile environment. Be aware, be on your guard. Let's head in.
Party heads in.
Yep, I'm gonna attempt to head in.
Okay.
Yeah.
The party enters, and with no power, there is no lights, and as you travel through, you do find skeletons, some of which are at terminals, some of which are in the middle of rooms or corridors. If I was to call this a standard-looking government building, this is exactly what it is. There's lots of what is like degraded pieces of paper or tech, lots of terminals, some what are clearly sort of security checkpoints, but they're empty. There's nothing there. There's no threat from them.
Are there any as we're going through, I'd be kind of checking, but are there any like weapons, like handheld weapons, or even like weapons in the building, sort of thing, like you know what I mean, like one's security system, like anti-ship or anti-personnel weapons, like turrets or anything like that.
A couple of the skeletons of old laser weapons, which are definitely older tech than the phasers you were carrying.
Yeah. Okay.
So just kind of hand weapons.
Cool.
Anything anyone else wishes to do?
Just can we continue down and keep seeing if we like find any contamination and science areas, laboratories?
No, there are no laboratories in this building.
Nothing in here.
This
It's just a government building.
It's civilian bureaucratic governance.
So why on earth would they blow up the landing platform? Like, that's like going to your local council and putting a fucking IED in the car park.
I mean,
Don't even. Yeah, I should have read the room. Do you want to try and jerry-rig one of the consoles again?
give it a shot.
Let's try and do that. Yeah, we'll go to the central administration area, I suppose, and try and see if we can log into one of their internal consoles.
Okay.
It's reason engineering, isn't it?
Reason engineering difficulty 2.
Try and give them an assist. No, I won't assist.
I'll use one momentum.
Cool.
Nice.
Yeah, so you get to one of the main central offices. You can tell as the rooms get bigger and sort of better views out of windows that you're getting to more and more important of an office. And you manage to power up one of the computers. Now, as it powers up, you find that the screen is glitching, it's changing. And
It's a mimic.
You go back to your ship. The ship swallows you. No, and you need to try and figure out how to navigate it. Can someone give me a control plus security task? Difficulty 2, please.
I'm good at that.
Do it.
I'll use my I'll use some more momentum to. I think we're down to 4 now.
5.
5 at the moment, 4 if you use one.
Okay, yeah. I'll use 1, bring us down to 4 for control and security. Yeah.
I love you, buddy, but stop trying to have sex with my foot.
Yeah.
Okay, you manage to get some access to the terminal, and you find that there is a virus on the terminal, and it's in the middle of trying to eliminate 7 different digital folders.
Tricorder. I wanna extract the folders if I can.
So this is, and
Or is that going to
I'll
fuck up my
suggest
tricorder?
this, a group challenge. If you want to try
Okay.
and power multiple terminals and have each of you working to try and gain successes, that is
think-
possible.
Yeah, I think we should do it as a group task. Obviously, something's happened. They've created something. Maybe something's got out of control. This virus has been downloaded onto the systems to destroy the evidence, but the powers ran out before it could get done. We repower it up. The virus continues to try and gobble up these folders. So let's try and extract the folders as a group. Does that sound good?
Yeah.
So, it's going to be a task for each of you, difficulty 2, but you get to choose. For your attributes, you can choose control, insight, or reason.
Mm-hmm.
And for the discipline, you get to choose security or engineering.
I'll use control security again.
Okay. Doctor,
Uh-huh.
what would you like to what would you like to use?
I use reason.
Reason and security or engineering?
Security. Any complications?
Complication range 1, as usual.
Okay. And task roll 2.
That is a complication. So, what I'm going to do is, I am going to send people what they get.
One of them is going to be a lie.
Mhm.
I'm going to send
Honest-
people what they get, but I'm also going to send an actual computer virus to one of you.
No, what I'm going to do is, I'm going to take that complication. I'm going to either you fail or I get threat. What would you prefer?
Oh, sure. I'm fine with you messaging me.
No, either you fail or you get threat, or I get threat to use against you.
I'm going to choose to fail. I don't want to threaten the rest of the guys.
Okay. So, Sean, you get this. Daryl, you get. You get this. And Cypher, you only get this.
Okay.
So just so people know which order, in case they want to read it out. Sean got the earliest, Daryl got the next, and then Cyber has the last.
Okay, I'm happy to read mine out.
It's whatever. Either you can summarize or read it out. It's whatever you prefer.
Yeah, I'll read it out. It's quite interesting. We came from outside. This planet seemed a perfect place to hide, to grow, to evolve, away from all others who sought to conquer us, to destroy us. We built our homes here, advanced our art and science. We've become a peaceful, loving species, and quickly discovered we were not alone on this planet. Beneath us, on the southern continent, another civilization thrives. First contact was awkward. We saw them as sustenance until we determined they were indeed sentient. We vowed to remain in the north so as not to terrify or anger them. Secondary entry. The burrowers approach an age of industrialization. They already populate most of the substrata on the southern continent and may be making their way toward us. Leadership has chosen to go to them, to teach them by example, to help them to build and to evolve, as we once did, in a way that preserves the planet's natural resources. We are hopeful. Interesting.
I was just sent a picture of a bunny. So the first entry, the burrowers are severely fragmented and unprepared for what we have to offer them. News comes to us that a plague now sweeps through their society, a virus linked to our own genetic makeup. It makes them mad, affecting their brains in such a way as to slowly eat away at their cognitive functions, while simultaneously triggering massive hormone dumps into the lateral septum area of their brains. This region controls anger and impulse control. Our scientists are already working on a cure, but they are dying quickly. There is little time. And then the second entry, which is much later. The burrowers war on themselves while our scientists attempt to find a cure. We believe they have already slaughtered millions of their own. Our scientists believe we are close to a cure that will cancel out the genetic mutation in the virus, rendering it a predator with no fangs. I fear we are too late. There are rumblings beneath us. They have crossed the sea underneath it and even now climbed to the surface of our continent. Have they come for us now?
I have the final log entry. My name is Governor Sariva. My people fled a civil war that almost ended our existence, only to find ourselves living yet another disaster. One of our own creation, perhaps in our efforts to protect ourselves and hide from the brethren who wish to destroy us. We have isolated ourselves into extinction. We can only hope friendly spacefaring species might arrive to save us from ourselves. I am one of the final members of my kind alive. We have no way to sending hope to our station in space, but we have one last hope. Perhaps sending the seeds of our future elsewhere will allow us a third chance to get it right. May the stars always guide us and protect us. It seems that the failure to align themselves, stop the disease in time, led to the second race on this planet wiping them out.
I agree. It does appear like the burrowers, as they refer to them, are some form of less developed species and perhaps transported themselves over here. May have caused some issues. From what I understand, the pathogen was able to go between the species and originated from the avians. There is an indication, perhaps, that it doesn't necessarily destroy the matter of the burrowers. Maybe the southern continent still has survivors.
It would be a great risk to explore it when we know this path. If anyone still lives, they would potentially be vectors for spreading the disease. If it is able to spread from avian to insectoid DNA, then it is very, very possible it can spread from avian to mammalian.
That's a good point. Also, I believe that the ship's readings suggested there are no life forms on either continent, so maybe I was too hopeful.
Seems
They
to be
do
too late.
speak of a cure. It may be possible for us to track down where their central hub or labs were, and see if we can recover said cure.
It would be invaluable research into something we could face in the future for the Federation.
Is there still other information on like maps and stuff like that on here, and the virus is only targeting specific files, or was it just like a wipe?
Funny you should say. One of the things you do find is this map. Now, Doctor, can you give me a reason and medicine check, please? Difficulty 2.
Yes. Reason and medicine. Difficulty 2. So is that complication range 2?
No, that's difficulty 2 means you have to get 2 successes.
Oh, okay. So task roll. No focus used?
You have diseases, right?
Yes.
You can use a focus. You can also use momentum if you want to be sure.
I'll use my xenobiology for a focus.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
There you go. 2 successes. Nothing can really kill that quickly unless it's airborne. Right? But how could it have hit everywhere? And both the Doradin and the Avian Zindi. Unless the volcanic activity and the ash thrown into the atmosphere is the vector of dispersal.
Some kind of eruption heralded the disease. And we know
Or-
there's more. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Or the eruption was used to spread something.
And most of the volcanoes are on the southern continent, right?
You can see the fault lines and tunneling. The map isn't very clear, but basically it's showing that the tunneling of the Doradin are all near the volcanic activity along the fault lines. So to spread something airborne, the volcanic activity was used. So it may have been used to spread something to the Doradin.
Yeah.
It's the impression we're getting from those files, those logs, that the avians created this. As a player, I'm asking you guys, because the impression I got was that it was just like the British going to America and giving them all syphilis by accident, sort of thing.
Yeah, that's my
Yeah.
understanding. But I
That was
think
yeah.
I think the second part is potentially that someone tried to use the virus to attack the Doradin, because the initial infection. I think you're right. The initial infection comes from a biological system that's not able to fight off something that the avians have already been infected with, like the Spanish going to South America, but then utilized to, because they become more warlike, utilized to try and kill the others in this civil war that they have.
Maybe the other side developed the biological weapon and didn't anticipate it spreading to the whole planet.
Or maybe they got the cure and
I
Or
will
maybe they're
I will
human.
give the party a chance. I will I will give the party a insight engineering difficulty 5 to try and gain a few words from logs that were not fully found by the doctor. By Cassidy.
it. Let's do it.
it's like a
Difficulty
group check.
5. One person.
Spend all the momentum? Spend all the momentum.
Insight. What was it? Sorry, it was
Insight engineering. Difficulty
Insight's
5.
dog shit.
If we all spend one extra dice each.
No, one person gets to try.
One person is rolling.
Oh, one person gets. Oh, okay, I've got
Yeah.
7 and 3 for my rolls. So if anyone's got better than that,
Insight engineering. No, I've got 7-1. Cameron, what's your insight engineering?
My insight is 9 and my engineering is 1.
So 10 as well. So you and Daryl are tied for that.
Makes sense for the engineering guy.
Does anybody have a focus that'll help?
no.
I've
No.
got crisis management, Starfleet decorum, infectious diseases, xenobiology, trauma surgeon, and emergency medicine.
Nope.
What's I got here while they were
What
fighting? Because
about
I've got
what about
diplomacy.
any of your guys' not talents, values?
Nah, I've got unity as the future, but that's about it. No, it doesn't apply. None of my values would apply here.
Closest I would have would be task done right, better than doing it quick. It would be more a case of I would pour through the files rather than just kind of quickly skimming them or whatever. But I don't know if that would count.
Can we spend those momentums to give him successes?
Not successes, extra dice.
Yeah, extra dice.
Oh, can he spend all 6 at once?
Yes, that'll
I
give
think
him
it's
3
4
extra
to
dice.
get. All
If
6
he's-
gets you 3 extra dice, right?
Yeah.
And that opens up
we
the
only had,
possibility of more complications. But I would, yeah. And can we? Is there any ability to assist?
Yes, one person can assist.
Okay, Cameron, do you want to roll an assist?
Yeah.
Daryl, do you want to roll with the momentum? As much momentum as you think is necessary.
How many momentum do we currently have? Because I thought we had 4.
I
I
think we are
thought
also on 4 because I used one to get that 3, and you used one before that to get those 3, right?
I thought you
Okay.
gained some back with that 4 success.
Oh yeah.
Mm.
I don't think we're on 6 though. I think we're on 5.
Were those
5.
not 2 tasks? So it would have been just meeting wouldn't have got extra.
Every success above the target is a momentum back though, isn't it?
Yeah. But I think you got 2 momentum back for that one. Oh, you got 1 momentum back for that one because that was the planeting.
Yeah. So I think we're on 5.
Control and security,
okay.
that's a 3. Yes, I think you're on 5, so you can get 2.
2 extra dice
2 extra.
by using 3, and we retain 2 momentum.
To 4.
So what am I rolling to assist?
You are rolling insight engineering.
Doesn't matter.
Unfortunately,
that sucks so much.
unfortunately not.
I didn't even pull it off either.
No.
Is it possible? Even if you got 2 crits, we would only hit 4. The best thing is we didn't get any complications.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, that olive branch was just outside of your reach. So yeah, you have the map, and it would indicate that someone or something was used to put the pathogen in the volcanoes where the tunneling is. So it is possible to go to one of these sites to explore if you wish.
Okay. I need to ask how long are we going?
9 is our usual finish, but we can finish early if you want.
I was just wondering, that's all, because I haven't played for a long time.
No worries.
I think we should go.
Yeah.
Any objections? Lieutenant?
No, I don't think so. I don't think there's anything that's. We're already kind of like coming down or risking whatever, so going to continue to check it out. I don't think it's risking anything else any further, so let's keep going.
Yep. Okay. Everybody back to the ship. We'll try and head to the southern continent and see if we can make any heads or tails of what is happening over there. In the meantime, we can contact the ship from the surface. Yeah, that's perfect.
Yeah.
Captain to the bridge.
Bridge here. Everything okay?
Yeah. We have identified what we believe to be the initial creation point of this pathogen. There was some form of conflict on the surface between the two different races, the avian Zedari?
Avian Zindi.
Zindi and the Doradin.
Doradin, yeah.
The Doradin. Me, Dr. Gasaway, Lieutenant Kirto are now heading to the southern continent. We believe that the pathogen was sent by volcanic emissions. If there is any possibility of the ship being able to assist in scanning, we would appreciate. Focus on any volcanic areas. I will have the doctor try and tricorder you some information regarding the pathogen.
Understood. Awaiting transmission.
Captain out. Okay, let's head back. Try and use the shuttle to transport and to transmit some of the information, and then fly over.
Cool. Flying over is actually before you go. You all have to do a fitness command check to make sure
This
you
is
don't.
definitely the point where we fail it and fucking stop.
Yeah.
Oh, great. Fitness command.
Woohoo!
Success. Success.
Oh, level one.
Lieutenant Curtis.
Double crit.
Sorry, 1 sec.
After 4 whiffs, we need a double crit here.
Fitness command.
Lieutenant!
Daryl, you get knocked onto you're now prone. It's going to be a fitness plus science difficulty 1 to crawl safely to the shuttle.
Can I use my tricorder to activate the winch and pull me back in?
Yes, you can. It will pull the rest of you as well, because I assume you only have the one line.
Yeah, well, we made it to the shuttle, so can we pull him in?
Yeah, you can pull them in.
Go. I'll activate the.
This is why you're not captain already.
God damn it, Darren. God damn it, Lieutenant. You. All I ask you to do is stand up. You can't even do that right.
Nothing in Starfleet protocol that says I have to be standing at all times.
We'll winch him in.
Okay, so you start flying to the southern continent, and the wind dies down a lot. It's nowhere nearly as difficult. It's not even a check. So as you fly down that way, the ship relays information to you from their sensors that they're detecting life signs across the area. But due to the high levels of magnesite in the crust of the planet, the sensors can't penetrate much further than 50 meters into the cave systems. The life signs.
Sorry, there are life signs though.
Yeah, indigenous life. It doesn't appear to be intelligent life, but indigenous life.
Now,
Yeah.
question for Dr. Gasaway.
Mm-hmm.
What we saw from the logs was that the virus had a specific effect on the Duradans where it would deconstruct parts of their brain until they became effectively one-minded towards violence. And would that have any effect on any scanning output?
Yeah, it shouldn't do. I mean, most scanners will detect heat or heartbeats. Brain activity in certain species is so hard to differentiate that it's not a reliable scanning method. But it could make, if there are infected life forms with brain altered diseases, it could make them quite hostile and dangerous, as we know from the logs. But more so than possibly what we can imagine. We've seen a drunken man in a bar fight, a Romulan stirred up of its history, but this would be something on another plane, another level of hostility.
Yes, for all intents and purposes, some form of predator, like a lion or you know, a
Yes.
raxper. Okay. We're just gonna have to head towards the one that we think is the safest. Lieutenant, your security expertise probably could be useful. The scanning readings should be on the hull, not the hull, the cockpit. I'll let you take a pragmatic decision here.
What would be like the volcano that have like the biggest output, essentially? Would it be able to tell which volcano might have been used specifically, or is it just generally all of them? Or 'cause if I can find like a specific point to search in, that'd be kind of helpful.
There's nothing too specific. There are the largest one is probably going to be the one to the southwest. But you're talking like it's not like drastically larger than any others.
Yeah, I'm just thinking like it's if you're gonna try and use something like volcano to spread shit, you're gonna want something that's actually like spewing a lot of stuff out. So if there's something like that, that'd be kind of what I think to head towards to check. Like if there's like a massive eruption from one of them or something, that'd be the best place to check. And I'd say chances are you'd probably have it wouldn't be like the main nest of the creatures or whatever. It'd be fairly abandoned because they're not gonna be hanging around an exploding volcano. So
Okay, so
that'd be my kind of idea, perhaps.
okay, just mark on the map where you want to land, I suppose.
Oh, is there a map?
Where is the map?
Or...
Roll 20. Oh wait, I didn't bring you guys over because I'm an idiot and forgot that that's a thing. There you go.
Oh, nice. That's actually
okay.
cool. Can we mark where we are just now? Sorry.
You're in the shuttle, so you're just flying.
No, sorry, where we originated from.
Oh, the north. You're looking at kind of the southern continent, so you're coming
line.
from the north.
We would have come from above the green line.
Oh, okay. We're coming from above. Oh, that fucking box. That like green semicircle kind of thing.
Yeah, yeah.
Arc. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Over the horizon would be where we originated. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Probably here then would be my guess because it's got the most sort of clustered activity.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there or there.
Okay. Which one do you want to go to?
Let's go here.
Captain.
Yeah.
Okay.
A good suggestion, Lieutenant. We'll head to the northern one.
Okay. So you fly there, and it's not even a task to land.
Suddenly, they've got anti-air missiles and we're dodging it. That's Star Wars.
So as you approach, your sensors show that the nearby life signs have kind of fled further into the caves. And do you head into the caves?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And as you head in, life signs blink in and out as your tricorders have difficulty penetrating the magnesite in the ore. At about 10 meters in, you're going to need torches. Phasers to genocide. You're going to need torches to see. About 50 meters in, the cave branches off into 3 separate directions. Left, straight, and right. Dr. Gasaway, can you do a reason plus medicine task, please? Difficulty 1.
Yes. Oh yeah.
You detect there are life signs down the left passageway.
Ooh, phasers on hill.
Really?
No.
Okay, just checking. Because that is a gameplay thing.
Oh right. Sorry, I wasn't sure. No,
Yeah,
I
whenever
tossed the words.
whenever a Starfleet character shoots to kill, I gain 1 threat.
Yeah. I'm a pacifist, so I turn to my captain, captain, and I tell him there's life signs down the left side of the tunnel. Do I know numbers? Do I know density?
They're blinking in and out. So you know that scene in Aliens where she's like in the middle of the nest and there's blinking everywhere?
I know every second of that 146-minute movie, the extended version.
How many seconds?
Not enough.
Yeah. So it's that kind of thing. It's all over there.
Yeah.
We
got movement!
Coming out Doctor, it looks like they're coming out of the goddamn wall!
Check those corners, people!
Okay. Be prepared for hostile activity. Captain to engineering. Can we get a signal out of here?
Not really.
She. We can't get transported out if we get into danger.
Nope.
Okay, parameters. It is.
Are they approaching the dots?
Not currently.
The life signs.
Maybe we
Captain,
should-
it stands to reason that if these creatures were infected and as aggressive as was reported in those logs, that they wouldn't be retreating from us when we first approached, and they would be attacking us right now.
Oh, did they move backwards? They're not coming. I thought
They
were
moved
stationary.
away from the shuttle when you landed.
Ah, okay.
So potentially these might be uninfected, or at least not aggressive. I suggest caution, but we might perhaps be somewhat safe.
Yes, Lieutenant, a sensible suggestion. I agree that that's something perhaps I overlooked. I suggest that we keep our phasers holstered for now. But remember, it is paramount to maintain the integrity of our suits. Do not approach or get into any close contact with anyone, even if they are friendly. We'll proceed with caution. I will be happy to lead.
Very well.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Slowly, no phases out, but slowly we'll go down the left passage.
Okay. You should have control over your icons there.
No, I can't select them, but I can't. I can't see them.
Did I? Oh yeah, I put them there. Can't select them. Interesting. Why can't you select them?
I can select mine.
I can't select mine.
Can be edited and controlled by. Should be able to.
Maybe I'll reload. See.
1 sec, hang on. Okay, can you just delete the bottom one and I'll just use this token that I dragged out. There you go.
Okay,
Yeah, maybe that's a good way for me to.
I'll delete
yeah.
that one then. Are you able to move yours, Cypher?
Yes.
Okay, so there you go. So does the party start moving up?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, at this point, you can start hearing clicking and hissing from this tunnel. As suddenly, I thought I had the thing here, but it's not here. I'm going to have to use something else for it. Don't have anything good on hand. That is annoying.
Starship Troopers.
Would you like to know more?
Da-da-da-da.
Oh my god. What the fuck is this game?
Is 3 giant ants
Excellent.
start coming down from that direction and initiate combat. Now,
Oh, god damn it.
as
Oh no.
as combat works, there is no rolling for initiative. Party goes first. You decide who goes.
Captain is up front.
Yeah, I'll go first.
Okay. You are within short distance. I mean, sneeze. You're in medium distance. I mean, so you can.
The ants got the deer.
So
Okay,
you can
medium
take a phaser
distance.
shot.
Yeah. Is that the phaser one with the little icon next to it?
Yeah. So on your character sheet, you on your character sheet. Let me open up this for a sec. You have to roll a control and security task to hit, and when you hit, you just click the comm badge down by the weapon.
That does security plus weapon damage.
Directive 10. Before engaging in these battles, any and all attempts to make first contact and achieve non-military resolution must be made.
Lieutenant, they don't speak our language, damn it.
We've already hailed them. I'm gonna have to shoot, aren't I? Is it task roll 1 or 2? Sorry.
Again, its task roll is 2 as standard. It's only less really if you're assisting, or there's a complication, or more if you get extra dice or whatever. So 2 is standard.
And it's control and security, yeah.
Yeah. Nice, you hit. Roll your thing. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So your phaser shot immediately splatters one of the ants.
I came here to protect lives, not take them, damn it.
Is that your turn?
Is it possible to say something at the end of
yeah? So you get a handful of minor actions, but only one task. So
yeah,
generally just saying a few words is fine.
I'm gonna just say we do not wish to harm any more ants. Desist. Obviously, that's not gonna work because they're ants, but you know.
Oh, sorry, I almost forgot. I have a phaser sound for you.
Do you have a bug spatter sound?
No, afraid not.
Dang.
They either do not reply or do not care. They either do not understand or do not care about your attempt to be peaceful.
Yeah, okay.
It is now one of their turn. This one is going to move to close range, but not in reach. And he is going to spit poison. And so then it is he spits poison at you, Captain, for 5 damage.
Oh no.
Are you dying?
No, but that's not good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm not down.
Do you guys
But
still
if
have one stress from the previous thing, or
Yeah.
is it back up? Okay.
Oh no, sorry. I don't know. It's a new.
It's
I don't know if
it's a
scene.
new scene. You're back to full.
Okay, cool.
I should mention that. I keep forgetting. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
So that is the ant's turn.
Lieutenant!
You look after the captain. I'll handle these.
It burns.
Stay still, sir!
Now,
Stay still!
now, in the journal, I do have combat reference things for people to look at, if that would help.
Reference sheets, combat, conflict reference A.
Mm-hmm.
Conflict reference B. Is that combat?
Reference
combat is a focus.
Reference B is what you can use momentum on.
Okay, sick. Top tip, guys, if you click on the actual
image, it full screen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You download it.
I dart forward and I punch him.
Okay, so punching is fitness.
Not daring.
Sorry,
security?
daring. Daring security difficulty 1. You got a complication, so I'm going to take that as threat to me. So cool, yeah, roll damage for punching the spider. The spider at the end.
It was meant to be spiders, wasn't it?
Oh, 100%. That's why I asked if you're okay with ants.
What? What? What do you want?
I was talking to us, but it's actually just his rabbit.
Yeah, no, he thumped. It's usually when he's getting aggressive. So I have a talent unarmed strike gains the intense damage effect. I can't remember what intense damage does.
Yeah, I think intense. Let me just. Do I have it here, or is it on the thing? Let me just grab it from the thing. I hate the fact these PDFs open 2-page wide.
That is so fucking annoying.
Just fucking give me the fucking thing, you fucking fuck.
You goddamn fuck.
Intense. The cost to avoid an injury caused by an intense weapon increases by 1 for each effect rolled. So, not...
I don't know what any of that means.
Or
effects anyway.
Knockdown. You punch that ant. You don't knock it out or kill it, but what you do is you knock it on its back.
Did it?
God damn it. So you do damage and you knock it to it, and then you knock it on its back.
Okay.
And now it is that your
turn? Yes, I will leave the doctor to do the doctoring.
I
Okay.
wish to examine the
It's
poison
not
on the
your
captain.
turn yet
Oh shit!
because
Gee.
it goes back and forth. The party
Ah.
goes, enemy goes, party goes, enemy goes. There's ways to skip that, but I think costs momentum. So
Which we have none of.
this spider is going to, at this distance, spit at the captain as well.
What? Wow. This guy?
We hold a grudge in this cave, fool.
For another 5.
The captain is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I am 2 pips away from dying.
No, you're two pips away from getting injured.
I am 2 pips away from getting injured.
Cool. Round starts again. So, party who... no, it doesn't round start again. It's Cypher's turn.
I want to heal the doctor with my emergency medicine.
You want to heal yourself?
I haven't got hit yet.
You said heal
you
the
said I'm going to
doctor.
heal with the doctor.
Oh, sorry. I'm going to heal the captain.
Yeah, so that is a... that is a... It's a specific thing.
Yeah, it's a minor action, isn't it? Says no, it's a task, combat task, first aid, daring plus medicine task, difficulty 1. Success means the injured character is stabilized but remain. Oh no, that's if they're injured.
I think it's the recover. Fitness
Yeah.
and command, difficulty 2.
Get behind cover and attempt a fitness plus command, difficulty 2. Gain 1 additional resistance for each effect rolled on covered dice, and regain the ability to avoid injury. Regain 2 stress per momentum spent. I don't know. I don't really understand.
So what happens is recover is so that you can avoid an injury again. But if you spend momentum in when you say I want to do the recovery action, I want to spend X momentum. You get 2 momentum per 2. You get 2 health back per momentum you spend.
Okay.
So it's
But
not.
we don't have.
Yeah, you guys are already low on momentum because of that task.
No,
you tried
you still.
before. You
Yep.
have you have 2 left.
No, okay.
So
I have emergency medicine. Can that be used as a focus?
yes. Because you are helping him and he's not doing it himself, I'm going to say it is a daring medicine.
Okay, so is that task 3?
No, difficulty 2. It's just task. It's just task 2, unless you're buying dice.
No. And complication range, is that what you're meaning to?
No,
No, you're
difficulty 2 means how many successes you need to pass.
It's
So,
a daring
Your
roll.
DC, your DC basically.
Yeah, so you're.
Oh, okay.
So you're using daring and medicine instead of reason and medicine. I think is what we should do it now.
Daring and medicine. Okay, let's roll it, boys. Focus, jeez. Let's see if we're gonna heal you.
Yeah.
Now, how many momentum do you want to? You have 2 momentum. So how much momentum do you want to spend to help him recover?
Use
1.
both. I'd say use both.
Okay, I'll use both. I'll give them
If they're hitting for
points.
5 with the poison and stuff, then
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So I would regain 4 points then.
Yes.
Okay, I have a full line of health now.
Cool. Round start, player turn. No, round start, enemy turn. It alternates.
Okay, great.
This ant spends a minor action, to get back onto its feet, and it does a melee attack at Lieutenant Curto.
Curto, duck!
Jump.
Actually, no, sorry. How it works is it's an opposed check. Melee attacks are opposed. I forgot about that. So, Curto, can you roll me your melee attack, please?
Daring security, have my focus. Boom.
You succeed, you do damage to it. So roll damage.
Ah.
So yeah, so that's how melee attacks work. It's always an opposed, and whoever wins gets to do damage.
Damn.
Uh,
Bitch.
Damn,
this
son.
this one's down.
Nice.
Party. Who wishes to go first?
Captain, shoot your phasers.
Yeah, I'm
Can
gonna.
I go first?
Yeah, of course.
Cool. So I'll charge up to this one again, just to
Okay.
protect you guys from damage.
You're going to do a jumping, like, double drop kick.
Yep.
That is a miss, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's fine. I am protecting the boys.
Sorry, it's a melee attack. What I keep forgetting. It's opposed, and he does succeed. The ant does succeed, and does 4 damage to Daryl, the Lieutenant Curta.
That's 5. Sorry. Yep. Cool.
Now it is the ant's turn. So once again, an opposed melee.
I'm back.
Unfortunately, the ant got a crit success, so it has 3 successes compared to your 2.
Cool.
And does another 4 damage.
Cool.
Party turn.
Okay, I would like to move so I can get a line of fire on it.
Yeah, so player characters aren't in the way of other player characters.
Oh, okay, cool.
For shoot.
I'm going to attempt to shoot that ant.
Cool.
Control
That-
security to.
Yeah. You hit.
That hits.
You almost get it. Because you're using a base phaser and you aren't modifying it, they just mean 1 damage.
Okay, so that's. But like, what does the 1 mean then?
So you have a 1 damage, you have a 2 damage, and you have a 1 damage with effect. Different weapons have different
Effect
effects.
is like so like the knockdown from my melee. That's the effect that you get.
Yeah.
So
Symbol shows it.
the Starfleet pips are damaged.
Are 1 damage
effect.
and an effect.
Okay, so 1.
It initiates an effect.
5,
So 1, 2, 3,
7,
4, 5, 6, 7.
9
8.
damage.
Sorry, I can't. Oh, it is 9. I counted that wrong. You kill it.
Hell yeah, brother!
Now you do hear more ants coming from this direction.
Yeah, we
Would-
got to retreat.
Would people kindly roll insight and either security or science, difficulty 0.
Let's say security.
You get 3 momentum back.
Nice.
Woohoo.
We're on 3.
With my reducing difficulty by 1, do I gain a -1? So I gain 4.
I don't think we can go below 0.
You realize working together, some well-placed
To get the job done.
phaser shots can collapse the tunnel ahead of you so that they can't come at you anymore.
Squad, now aim for here and here. Let's make some shots. Control security. Obviously, we rolled a hit. Yeah.
No, you just do it.
No. Okay. Sick. Okay. Yeah. Bring it down.
Cool.
Probably back up a little bit so it doesn't fall on top of us, though.
Yeah. Now, I know we have 50 minutes left, but we are nearing the end. It might go a bit over 9. Is that okay?
Mm-hmm.
It's fine for me, but I think Cameron
It would be
was
a
asking
good
about.
point for me to end.
Okay, I'll see if I can get you through this.
Okay.
So you have the forward passage to the right passage. Forward passage stays level as does the right passage. Oh, sorry, forward passage goes down, right passage stays level.
Probably the forward passage because I'm assuming that like most volcanic structures, magma is at the base, right?
Yeah.
So if you need to get it into a distribution system, you want it to be closer to the magma, maybe? I don't know.
Perhaps.
Is everybody okay with forward, or does anybody have an informed decision?
I'm okay with
I don't
forward.
think I really have a clue, so we'll go wherever.
Yeah, let's go. We'll take the forward one.
Sorry, someone came in. Which way are you going?
Forward tunnel, please.
Okay, you continue down the ford about 500 meters. Then you find holes in the ground about 1 meter in diameter, leading down into darkness. There's no life signs, sensors can't penetrate the magnesite. But if you shine a light down, you see a floor about 3 meters down. You can use some of the materials you brought with you to sort of rope down. It will be a daring or fitness plus command difficulty 2 to get down safely.
I'm happy to be the first person down, and then take a out. Daring and command.
Daring or fitness plus command.
Oh, yeah, daring command gives me like a 16. I'm happy to go down if you guys, if we think that's the way forward. That's where the passage stops, right? Or is there still more passage?
It kind of comes to an end, and the holes go down.
Okay. I'll Lieutenant, did any of us bring any climbing equipment, additional rope?
Darrell said he was.
I
Yeah.
brought my kind of engineering kit thing, extra tools and whatever else, so.
Yeah. Assuming that contains some kind of rope.
Cool. So,
Cool.
daring or fitness plus command from whoever's going down.
Daring command. Ooh, what was the difficulty?
2.
Hi.
So you go down, you land you slip and you land with a bit of a thud, you take an extra damage.
Yep.
But
Did
when you shine a light around, it's some kind of living area with Doradan skeletons lying about. No life signs, no power.
Wait, just a quick question. All of the acid I took earlier, did that affect the integrity of my suit?
No, you're fine.
Okay, good. Woo! Okay.
Okay. Are others going down? I'm going to assume that Cassie's going to go with you.
I'll wait for the captain to say whether he wants us to follow or not.
It looks like it's safe down here. Just be cautious in the descending. I hurt my ankle.
Right, okay. She'll also drop down.
Oh, you come down. It's fitness command. Yeah, you go down fine. So the three of you go down there, and as you leave this first area, you see a vast and empty cavern. You glance up and see perches lining some of the walls about 10 meters above you. And at the end of the cave, there appears to be a structure that sits ominously by itself. The ceiling is covered in bolt holes, perhaps ventilation to the surface. Much of the cave is covered in a fine layer of soot and ash. It has not been disturbed in quite a while. The structure is made for both Doradan and Zindi species to cohabitate. And inside there are powerless computers that take up a lot of the wall space, and skeletal remains cover most of the floor.
Mm. Well, it looks like our initial prognostication of them being at odds with one another doesn't really hold up to this. We should scan. We should spread out and take a look around.
Okay. People give me a reason plus engineering task, please. Difficulty 0. Okay. You notice that there are metal canisters filled with liquid fuel beside what appears to be a fossil fuel generator.
The Americans.
Does it look like they could have staged some form of spaceship launch?
No.
Okay, cool.
Is this
Then
like domestic generator or like?
Yeah, it's a small
Yeah.
little fossil fuel power generator for powering computers in here.
okay, let's go over and fill it up and get it going. Wait,
You-
no. Let's go over and inspect the power generator for any bombs and slash or devices that that release killy things.
Okay. Can people whoever is investigating insight and engineering, please? Difficulty 1.
Yeah. Lieutenant, could you have a quick look at this, considering the last thing?
I'll say difficulty 0 for me, detecting danger.
Yep. It's fine. There's no danger. There's no bombs. There's nothing special. It's just a generator.
Are we generating
Momentum. Yeah.
momentum off of these?
Yes.
We're up full now.
Okay.
It appears to be safe, Captain.
Well, then let's set it back up and get it going.
Okay. You
Fuel in.
put the fuel in. You start this archaic form of power generation. And one of the computers turns on and starts an audio loop. They are hate-filled. They feel entitled to power and use it without conscience. They're like fledglings, taking what they want without thought to consequence. It was a mistake for us to come here. They know their millennium of evolution before they can be trusted not to kill everything they come in contact with. One sees them and thinks they are mindless, but they are especially intelligent and self-aware. They are manipulative and obfuscate with every word. They cannot be trusted. We've given them too much, too soon, and I fear we may pay a heavy price for our selflessness. I must escape now while they slumber, or I will never get out. And
Does it mention who it's penned by? Recorded.
it is in a Zindi language.
But there's no
I'm
actual name.
No,
I've really got to go, so
I'm sorry.
Okay.
that's all right.
Yeah, there's not much left to this one because there's so little left that keeping it for another session is a disservice to people's time, I think.
I really enjoyed that. That was a lot of fun. Really like
Cool.
that. Definitely
Cool.
play more.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I've just got to go. So I'll catch you guys all next week or the week after, or whatever you guys decide to do.
Cool. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Take
no
care.
worries. So,
Yeah.
So,
Bye bye.
ciao.
Cool. So that's what
I'd like to hear the end of the story.
So you mean continue the session?
Yeah, I'm happy to stay around for an extra 15 minutes to see if to get to the end of the this part.
Sure thing.
Unless I'm Daryl, unless you're too busy, and then I can just get a break.
good.
Okay, cool.
What
Yeah,
work
let's
I don't
continue.
care.
Yeah, let's continue. That's okay.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. So that's what the recording says. After you turn it on, a few lights turn on, and you see that behind the building is a mass grave, a trench filled with skeletons.
Jeez.
Are they?
Yeah, who, like what
Which
species?
Yeah.
It is a species of Zindi.
Jeez.
Cool. And that's kind of the end of this cave.
It would appear my verdict of these creatures not being hostile is incorrect, Captain. Here's they are.
Okay, Lieutenant. I think we are operating without all of the information. I what it appears to be is that these people tried to cohabit, and that clearly didn't work. But we're still no closer to understanding how the pathogen was distributed. Perhaps if we return to the entrance, we can go on the alternative pathway and see if we can find the distribution zone. Alternatively, we can continue to look here.
Is there any other like passages out of this area?
Not here. There was the right-hand passage earlier on.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what I was thought. So can we
Then,
try
yeah,
and
we'll
backtrack
go
across
back
that?
to that.
That leads to a very deep pit that is certain death if you were to fall in.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
What if I climb in though?
Your rope is not long enough.
Damn, not again.
At this point, you do get as you get closer to the entrance of the cave, you do start getting back in communication with your ship. And it is again Lieutenant Zuba saying, Sir, the ambassador requested another autopsy of the bodies, and it was found that the original virus is similar to an Earth virus called the bird flu.
Interesting. Is this something that we have created inoculations against? Or is there still issue to be worried about?
It's not difficult to create a treatment and a vaccine.
Excellent. I will bring myself and the doctor back. Apologies, Lieutenant. I will bring Lieutenant, myself, and the doctor back aboard. We will have to leave the rest of this story untold, although I'm confident we've gathered enough information to provide a good report on what happened on this planet, unfortunately.
Well, the ambassador wishes to be at the debriefing. She has some ideas of her own. I'm sure she would enjoy looking at your report as well.
Yeah, that's perfectly fine. Inform Ambassador Parrott that she may be able to attend. I'm sure she'll be more than happy to let me know her thoughts.
To speak on behalf of the doctor, have we come across any traces of the pathogen in the atmosphere or anything like that?
Oh yeah,
No.
Can we go back to the thing and see, is there any pathogens within all of those mass graves or anything like that? No.
Old pathogens.
The same as the
active.
skeletons we've already got.
Yeah, nothing active.
Nothing that's current. Okay.
Is there any way to access in the old area preceding the mass grave, so the uninhabited area, if we were to take just a couple, 10, 15, 20 minutes to go through the logs and stuff like that on there's no like history or any information that I could take back just so that we could have that alongside the embryos to try and let them know about their planet of origin?
Yes, there is. Can you do a reason plus engineering 2, please?
Okay. Could I use my?
I can do that if you want. I've got it.
Yeah. Could I use my commander ability to delegate a task?
Yes.
What was it? Reason engineering? Is that what you're?
Reason engineering.
Okay. Yeah. Means only comes to 11.
Cool.
Nice.
And that's for what, Daryl to read or you to read?
Yeah, Daryl to do it. Yeah.
There you go.
Oh, so much reading. This is a later log than the previous ones I've read. The cure has been provided to the Burroughs scientists. They have managed to disseminate it. However, something has gone wrong. It has failed completely and utterly. Not only that, but my own people have become sickened with a virus similar to what struck the Duradan. We die within days of exposure. We are unclear as to how this is possible. Volcanic activity has increased 100-fold and smoke blankets the northern hemisphere. Through it all, the burrowers continue to hate us and attack us at every opportunity. Many of our cities have toppled to the ground due to explosive devices planted on our perches and in our homes. Soon there will be too few of us left to do anything but hide. They follow us, hunt us. They blame us for the end of their society. How could this be? We were correct in our calculations. The cure should have worked. It hasn't, and once again we find ourselves on the edge of extinction. Next one, much later again. There are so few of us left, less than 2 dozen in fact. Out of the few thousand that first arrived and thrived on this perfect planet, we have been approached by burrowers. We have been approached by burrowers who say they are unaffected by the virus and wish to help us end the carnage that destroys 2 civilizations. A small group comprised of both our species have chosen to band together to find a way to save what is left. We shall once again leave the confines of a planet and travel into the unknown. We shall send a call for help and hope someone comes in time.
Oh, okay.
So that might be the space station then, as the
Yeah, I think
final
that's what it is.
So that's what you can gather from the computers here.
So, yeah. All right. Great. Yeah, take a copy of that and we'll head back to the U.S.S. Kaber. Great work, Lieutenant. Let's get somewhere that we can get a transportation lock. An unfortunate end for the people of this planet.
Indeed, sir.
Captain to the bridge.
Bridge.
Bridge, we'll be heading back on board. Looks like, wait a minute, we brought a shuttle. We don't need transportation in. Okay,
Yeah.
let's hit the shuttle and fly our way back there instead of leaving the shuttle and the thing.
Yeah.
Yep. Bridge, we're on our way back in the shuttle. I will have the doctor run some quick analysis, but from my understanding, most of the pathogen down here is also lifeless, as are the people. Inform the ambassador that we will be there in a couple of hours, and I will be able to take a full debriefing with myself and the senior officers.
Understood.
Captain out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Comms done. You head back to the ship.
Yep.
Okay. So you head back to the ship. The ambassador is eagerly awaiting. You go through decontamination. There's nothing on you. And you can go to the conference room behind the bridge to have a conference.
Nice. Do I have like a big fancy chair?
You have the chair at the head of the table.
Hell yeah.
And you sit
He
there.
sits in the chair.
And the ambassador's like, we can't just leave with the story unfinished. Can I listen to the logs again?
Of course. The story is very much finished, Ambassador. These people were not cognizant of what they brought to their companions on this earth, on this world. The hold on. Zendies. The Zindies, the avian Zindies, obviously, fell foul of what our ancient forebears once fell foul of. They were not aware of the possibility of creating or complicating the ecosystem that the Radins lived in. You can listen to all of the logs. The final one is most instructive. It appears that most of the society had collapsed. The virus was airborne. Somehow it got into the ash, and the only survivors left banded together to try and save their people. Hopefully we will find some Doradin embryos alongside the avian Zindies, but that's something we can discuss when we are closer to a larger station that has the facilities to deal with this.
Indeed, but there's one thing that I don't understand. They said a third chance to get it right. Leaving Zindi was their first chance. If the station was their second chance, what's the third?
It's a good question. My interpretation was that taking the embryos is a third chance. First, Zindi. Second, this planet. Third, wherever the embryos end up. But your understanding could be correct. Perhaps there is another world out there that the Zindis inhabited that they caused the same amount of damage to. Hopefully this new batch will be able to go into the stars and find a home for themselves that they can call their own for a longer period of time.
Captain,
Ambassador?
would you be willing to humor me with something? Can you order a sensor scan of the entire system looking for even the faintest of artificial energy signatures?
Of course. Captain to the bridge.
Bridge?
Zuba, please ensure that a scan of the sector is done to the best of our abilities. I want any indications of any minimal energy outputs from developed energy signatures or anything artificial.
Understood. It's going to take about 20 minutes to get for the scan to happen.
No.
So
yeah, we'll just continue in the meeting room talking about the pathogen and what to do with the embryos, possibly where we think the next closest place is, if we do it before or after we deliver the ambassador. Things like
that. Well, as you're discussing this, bridge to captain.
Yes.
We've detected what appears to be an escape pod with faint life signatures in the gravity well of the Zeradan sun.
The estimated time for us to get there.
2 minutes, 58 seconds.
Level of danger being that close to the... Is there a level of danger? Is there anything we can see that...
It's nothing that you can't handle. Like, the ship is well capable of handling the proposed distance to the sun.
Bigger ship than a escape pod, so...
Yeah. Okay, Zuba, I'll be there to relieve you shortly. Ambassador, if you'd like to accompany me, we have detected a life pod currently in the gravity well of the sun. We will return to the bridge and see what we can see.
Okay. So, the ambassador nods and follows you to the bridge. And orbiting the sun, you see when I say escape pod, it's larger than a single person. It's about the size of, let's say, double-decker bus, something that can fit inside a cargo bay.
All right. Who controls the scanners on the bridge? Is there a designated
because we don't have a designated science officer, I've kind of lumped Cypher as chief medical officer and science officer.
Yeah, okay.
But we can have Zuba just do the work as well.
Zuba, scan. We need to know if there's anybody aboard that life pod. I want to know what I'm bringing aboard before we bring it aboard. Readings?
The readings are showing similar to the embryo chambers we found earlier, plus 20 life signs in stasis.
Cryogenically frozen?
Indeed, 10 Zindi and 10 Doradin.
Dr. Gasser, is there any possibility that the pathogen would be able to survive cryogenic freezing?
The doctor's currently on the bridge right now, but the science officer on duty will say that if this is their chance to escape, likely these are uninfected. Especially since they are Zindi and Doradin together, they weren't at each other's throats. The madness hadn't set in.
This is true. Still, best proceed with caution. Missiles. No.
How many torpedoes do we have? 50. Fire all of them.
Just to be sure.
Hillsman, bring us about. I want to target the escape pod with. Do we have a tractor beam?
Yes.
Tractor beam.
You can also beam it.
You just have a standard one, don't we?
Yeah. Captain to engineering.
Engineering.
Lieutenant Commander Brannigan. We will be bringing aboard a life pod, same as usual in terms of decontamination processes. I would like a level 10 force field set up around it, please.
Understood. We haven't closed down the previous one yet, so.
Oh, brilliant! We will attempt to transport it on board into there.
Hmm.
Okay,
Understood.
Captain out. If the science officer could get together some personnel, we will take a sortie and see what is aboard.
Yeah, you can gather some science and either engineering or security as well if you want, and
Yep.
head over. The pod is beamed over, and within the pod are 50 chambers that have thousands of embryos each, and the 10 Zindi and 10 Duradin. At this point, though, the ambassador will say to not unfreeze anyone but one Zindi scientist.
Why?
Well, these Zindi come from a long time ago. They could see Starfleet and the Federation still as an enemy to their people. And the Duradin, they still technically fall under the Prime Directive. They've not have met any other spacefaring race other than the Zindi, and they tried to kill them.
These are all excellent points, Commander. I will note that the distress signal began 4 years ago, so hopefully these Zindi are aware they were no longer aboard. But science officers, please enact as directed. Let's bring out one scientist. Security team, be prepared for potential escalation.
Kurda will gesture at a couple of guys who'll unholster their phasers, but not be pointing them at anyone.
Yeah, I'll lead the party so that to communicate alongside the ambassador, obviously.
Okay, so
She's obviously going to be like, "Oh, I'm the ambassador. Let them talk to me."
yes, welcome to diplomatic missions. So what are you going to do?
We're going to bring one of these indie scientists out of basis, as she suggested.
Okay, so you one of the science officers interacts with one of with the pods and unfreezes a Zindi scientist who he looks around really confused and sort of steps out of the pod and goes, "I'm Kalazi. I'm sorry, but what are you?" Looking at you, you, Captain.
I am a Starfleet captain here aboard the U.S.S. Kaber, and we have just rescued your life pod.
It worked. Did anyone survive on the planet or on the station? How long have we been out there?
Our readings initially suggested that the distress signal coming from the station is 4 years old. I am not sure how long you have been in orbit. There were no survivors on the station. We did, however, recover some of the embryos. As for the planet, it is still dilapidated, and there does not appear to be any sentient beings.
Sorry, Food's here. Back in 1 second.
Anyways.
Hops back into the pod to
He goes, fuck this shit. And starts pushing it out by himself. Uh, yeah, same.
I was hoping I'd won the lotto so I wouldn't have to go in.
I hope that too, but it never comes true. Mostly because I don't play the lotto.
That'd be the
a man,
issue.
a man can dream.
Mm.
Developing such like not even dark circles around my eyes, like actual black holes.
Sleep constantly. Literally, I'm in bed at like 6 every day.
Wow. I'm not even home at 6.
I get home about 4:30, 5 o'clock.
That's not too bad.
It's like, eat some food, go to bed.
Yep. Working to
Hate having
live or
my-
living to work.
Working from necessity. Hey, hello. Yeah, calm down now. Oh, no, okay. We're gonna have to get you your little teddy out, aren't we?
Oh, I finally managed to get my hands on the starter BattleTech box.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it's
Sorry,
it's
back
kind
now.
of. Oh, great.
No worries.
So yeah, so Ambassador Parrot kind of steps over to Kalazi and sort of explains everything that's gone on, what you found, and I was like, we need to find a way to solve this issue for everyone involved. And Kalazi is like, well, we could find a planet for both us and the Duradans. Like, there must be a planet out there. There's millions upon millions of different worlds. Surely there has to be one that suits us. And Parrot sort of goes like, sort of looks to the side a bit and goes, well, the Duradans weren't a spacefaring species until you came along. Maybe it'd be better if we put the Duradans back on their planet and find a new world for you. I can even try and mediate reunification between you and the other Zindi. And Kalazi just goes, thank you very much for that. However, I don't believe that's going to be on the table for us.
Kalazi,
Yeah?
Kalazi, is there a reason why you do not believe that you can be involved in some form of reconciliation with the Zindi? They're not as warlike as they once were. They are now part of the Federation.
I don't even know what the Federation is. But for us,
It's
the war is living memory. It may take time for us to come to terms with the fact that perhaps we could. But right now, I know while the issues with the Duradan were unfortunate, there is still a lot of hard feelings existing because of the Civil War. It's not going to be as simple as you think.
Okay. I think it would be in the best interest of both parties if at some point some kind of reconciliation was to take place, but you understand your people better than I, and I'm sure the ambassador understands the political situation better than most. Ambassador, do you think there is a viable place that we can potentially put the Khaleesi and his people?
There could well be. And then Khaleesi speaks up and says, well, why can't we and the Duradans still remain together? And now this, saying as the GM, this is where a choice has to be made. You can... The options available to you are, you could put him back in the in stasis and put the escape pod put the escape pod out to space in the hopes that it goes somewhere else. Return them all to the pod and let the pods eventually get swallowed by the sun, as natural history would have deigned for it. You can put Khaleesi back in stasis and just freeze everything and let Starfleet decide. You can return both the Zindi and the Duradans to the planet, or you can argue for that the Zindi to find a new home and the Duradans to return back to theirs. This is... You are going to be influencing the development of multiple species here.
I'm unless objected to, I believe that the most appropriate form of reconciliation is to have the Duradans be placed back in their homeworld and to find the Zindis with a planet, hopefully within the Federation. Hope not within the Federation, because there might not be any planets free, but to find them another planet. And attempt to, at some later point, have them talk to their other brethren.
Okay. And that... and that is where we are going to end the session, with your decision on how these two races shall continue their development.
Sick. That was a lot of fun.
I hope people enjoyed.
Yeah, I really did enjoy it, actually.
That was good.
I know it's a bit more railroady than D&D, but...
Yeah, but even without being railroady, I was still stumped at quite a lot of the points, so it's definitely like a problem-solving first sort of system.
You need to think
which
of
is
it kind
great.
of like TV shows or things. So
Yeah.
It does follow a certain kind of path, but it's still... Once you kind of get into that mindset, it's like, yeah, this is definitely how it goes, how it should go, sort of thing. So
Yeah, I had a lot of fun.
And combat can be pretty deadly.
Deadly. Yeah, that was deadly.
we're named characters, so we're never gonna die.
Yeah, no.
Plot armor.
Tasha Yar.
It's like the only person to ever die in the whole thing.
Some people died in Voyager.
Yeah, true.
So yeah.
And there were some like scripted deaths that were very much like, oh, this person is going to die, blah blah blah.
Yeah. So yeah, Star Trek is a lot more of a narrative freeform game than D&D.
I really enjoyed it. I had a lot of fun with that. Problem solving and everybody kind of having like their own niche and stuff like that as well. It feels a lot more like a team.
That's one thing I do like about the system. It definitely encourages teamwork a lot more.
Yeah.
So yeah. Ryan is back next week. I'll just put a text chat discussion in the server, just saying, hey, if people enjoyed it, we can do another sort of after Ryan's next arc, whatever.
Yeah, sounds good. I am here next week, but then I'm in Canada the week after.
Visiting
Actually, I'll
Holly?
be in Canada 8th, 9th, and the 15th, 16th. Say that again, sorry?
Visiting Holly?
Yeah, no, not quite. Just on a little holiday.
Nice.
I will probably be here next week, but maybe not with as much functionality as I have. I might just be on the iPad dialing in, so I might need someone else to do roles for me and stuff like that. But
No worries. It's probably going to be D&D next time, so
All right, okay, that's fine.
cool.
that's the next week's second, because I'll be going up to the folks at some point that night, but I'm not sure if it'll be before or after. So
Okay.
All right, no worries.
Cool. Well,
All right, well, thank you for hosting. This was really good. I'm gonna go away and do some house chores now. Maybe paint up some of my BattleTech guys. Who knows?
nice.
sounds
Right.
good.
See you guys next week.
Take care.
Well, as you know.
Adios.
See ya.